There's a land where the mountains are nameless and the rivers run God knows where. There are lives that are erring and aimless, and deaths that just hang by a hair. There are hardships nobody reckons. There are valleys unpeopled and still. There's a land, and it beckons and beckons, and I want to go back, and I will.
Those double D-rings there and the D-rings on the side are for thigh straps that allow me to control the boat a little with my legs when I'm running whitewater. So there you go. I got my 15-foot Novacraft Prospector all outfitted and ready for my big solo trip down the Bonnet Plume River. I got spray deck outfitting on it with the ladder lock system using pop rivets in the hull. I got webbing on for bow and stern airbags and lashing bank line so I can put inflatable bags in the bow and stern. I got D-rings down in the front and on the side by the seats so I can use thigh straps in whitewater, and I got other D-rings in there as well so I can clip down my camera and my day bag, and as well as bungees over the bow and stern, which I'm going to use to tuck my throw bags under, which I would grab and swim to shore, so I'd have that canoe on the end of the rope if I did dump. There we go. It took a long time, but I was working alone, but I got it done. I'm super happy with the way it turned out, so can't wait to get this thing into the water and run the Bonnet Plume River. Klondike Highway, and we are officially on our way to Mayo. Mayo is where I'm going to be hopping on a float plane and flying off into the wilderness to land at Bonnet Plume Lake to begin my canoe expedition down the Bonnet Plume River. But we got a bit of a drive ahead of us. Beautiful scenery, looks like so far we're going to have a good day for flying, and I'm just going to take it in a little bit the last few hours before my trip starts. Okay, well, here we are at Alcan in Mayo, Yukon. It was a long drive here from Whitehorse, and I got here a little late. So I'm just waiting for my float plane to come back, and it is going to take me out and deposit me at Bonnet Plume Lake, which is a remote lake in the Mackenzie Mountains. And that is going to be my starting point to paddle the Bonnet Plume River. I'm going to take the Bonnet Plume for 350 kilometers to the Peel River, and I'm going to follow the Peel River down to a large gravel bar called Taco Bar, where I'm going to wait for another float plane to come and pick me up and fly me back here to Mayo so I can drive to Whitehorse. And this is a fly-in, fly-out adventure because it is just extremely remote. I'm going to be in the true wilderness of the Yukon. I got some serious whitewater rapid challenges ahead. There's grizzly bears, there's black bears out there. I'm going to try to avoid them and just have a blast. I'm going to be having to do some portaging, and the water levels are high, so the rapids are going to be challenging. Hopefully I can deal with those, but I'm looking forward to hopping on this float plane and enjoying a spectacular flight through the mountains. So my next big adventure is just about to start. Just got back, and he flew in an Otter, single engine Otter, and I'm going to be flying out in this de Havilland Beaver here. So we're getting there. The thing that's concerning me most right now is how much gear I'm bringing. This is the most camera heavy trip I've ever done with solar charging and tons of camera gear, but hopefully I can fit her all in the canoe. This is my gear here. That bag's got solar panels, solar chargers in it, and a whole bunch of outfitting. So that and that are going to go on the canoe. This bag and almost that entire bag are full of camera gear. We're still going to actually have to strap the canoe to the struts of this float plane here too, because you can't put it inside. So it's a process that takes some skill. This one's pretty heavy here.
Alrighty, I'm just gonna whip this back.
I think the first thing you have to do is eat fish when you get there hungry already.
Good stuff.
have landed at Bonnet Plume Lake, and it is beautiful. And I actually saw a cow and a calf moose right at the outlet of the river, so I've already seen 2 moose. That's pretty cool. End up getting in later today because I was tardy for my Floatplane charter. So I'm probably gonna take some time, just get my boat outfitted and do a little fishing here, and I might not start heading downriver till tomorrow. We'll see how I feel though. I gotta get some food in me, get a line in the water, and get set. So anyways, just coming into land. Well, that's it. The Floatplane has left me all alone here in the remote wilderness on Bonnet Plume Lake. It's an interesting feeling when that Floatplane takes off and just leaves you to completely be self-sufficient in a very remote area, especially when you're all alone. So yeah, I'm gonna get my bear spray out, get my shotgun loaded up, get a bite to eat, and start getting this canoe outfitted. I'm thinking I might just hang out here today because I ended up not getting away on my flight till later than I thought. And by the time I get all my stuff ready to go, it is you know, probably going to be pretty later on the day. So I might just take some time to fish here. There's supposed to be some Arctic grayling in here, and head out first thing tomorrow morning. This is a pretty big lake, but I got dropped off on a decent beach. Should be half decent for camping, and the outlet of the Bonnet Plume River is right over there, so I don't have too far to paddle on this lake. And yeah, super excited to start putting miles behind me.
Greeted with grizzly bear.
Well, a quick scout showed me that there's actually a much better and flatter place to camp right down there, so I'm not gonna have to paddle anywhere. It means I gotta schlep all my stuff from here over to the point though. Well, it's already like 6:30. Oh, feels good to be out here, but I gotta admit, I'm pretty tired. A lot of running around in Whitehorse. So, you know, I did consider spending a day here to begin with anyways. Well, it's not gonna be a day, it's gonna be a bit of time. Well, that's okay. I'll make up for it, but two things. I realized that my pickup isn't at the mouth of the Bonnet Plume. It's a ways down the peel. So I'm gonna have to be paddling. I don't know what I'll be really facing there. And then I missed a day too. So I was supposed to have 13 days, but then I couldn't get a shuttle to Whitehorse when I thought I was because of just labor shortages, I guess. Then today was a bust because I got here late. So it's giving me about 10 days to do the Bonnet Plume. What was supposed to be almost 14 days is being cut down substantially, which kind of sucks, but I think the current will be strong enough that I'll be able to do it. It just means less time for other things like fishing and hiking, stuff like that. So hopefully I can make some decent time when the current's good and I don't have too much whitewater challenges in front of me. I'm a little concerned about that, but usually I find these things always work out. Yeah, the system on this tent I really like. It just sets up quick. So this is a 3-person tent, and a little bigger than I need. I'm a big guy, so one man's a little small, so I usually go 2. But you know what? My old 2-person tents were getting a little old, and really there wasn't a lot on the market right now, so I picked this up more for the family, but I figured why not bring it out here. It's amazing, and like it's a hardcore mountaineering style tent. You could take this thing and camp on Mount Everest. And honestly, it's nice in the north to have a bigger tent, especially in the Arctic when you're doing those rivers, because you can be weathered in for days. Even here, you can be weathered in for 3-4 days while you're waiting for a floatplane. Nasty wind and heavy rain, and it's nice to have a bit of a space if you have to be in your tent for a long time. So yeah, that's why I don't mind bringing a larger tent, and it's light for the size for sure. Bunch of these little berries around. Not sure what they are. I think they're maybe low bush Arctic raspberries. Might have something to do with the large grizzly bear poop I saw over there, although that seemed to be full of like sages and grass and stuff like that, but not a ton of berries here. But I'm not feeling overly comfortable about camping by grizzly bear poop where there's a bunch of berries. Should be fine, and also there's literally nowhere else really to camp around here, so I'm gonna have to take it. Get my boat outfitted so it'll be good to go first thing in the morning. What I gotta do is I gotta inflate these airbags, and what these do is they give your canoe extra buoyancy so you can take in more water and not swamp and still have control. And on top of that, if you do dump, they'll make it so your canoe floats higher in the water and will be less likely to be wrapped around a boulder and easier to get to shore because it'll be floating higher. So pretty important, I think, when you're heading out on a serious whitewater trip. These canoes here have some built-in flotation as well, so I'm just basically adding to that. Anyways, wow, geez, that took a while. So I got the spray deck on, and what a spray deck is basically a tarp that covers your canoe, so it prevents it from filling up as quickly. You're still going to take in water. It doesn't provide any buoyancy. Water still can get in, so it's not creating buoyancy like a kayak, but it means that you can bomb over some big waves and maybe hit 2 or 3 big waves instead of 1 or 2. So it's a safety thing. It means I can run more rapids. It means I can run more rapids without having to unload my boat, because when you're weighted heavily with all your gear, you take in more water. So this will prevent me from taking in water as fast. And the bow and stern airbags that I put in will help me float higher in the water when I do take in water, and that'll allow me to control my boat more easily, and will also help me if I dump. And then I got a lining rope at the back. I don't know how much lining there's going to be on this river. I might swap it up for just you know, a stern line, but lining rope's great when you have to guide your canoe down the rapids. And then I put a large size 50-foot long throw bag at the front and back, and I
put them under bungees and clip them to the bow and stern respectively. So that means if I dump, not when, I can grab that out and swim to shore, and I'll have the canoe on the end of the rope, and hopefully I can get to shore and wrap that around a tree or a rock or something like that and let my canoe swing into shore, so I don't lose it, which would suck, because losing your canoe out here would pretty much be the end of the trip. I'd have to get an emergency evacuation or attempt a crazy never-ending walk out of here over jagged sawtooth mountains. So anyways, yeah, I might do some fishing tonight because I really want to fish this lake, but I might just organize my gear a little bit more, take a few casts from shore and climb into bed. We will see. But there's definitely grayling in this lake. Good chance there's lake trout too, so I'd like to give it a shot. But that's it. Boat outfitted and ready for some whitewater. Just gonna plug some batteries into my Goal Zero Yeti 500 here. So some juice. I brought a solar panel too. Charge those up. That did not take very long. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Big. Good size, that's for sure. Look at that. This is what it's all about, guys. I'm finally here. Man. Ah, yes, I'm having so much fun right now. Another chunky grayling. Look at that. There's grayling number 2. A little smaller than the first one, but a beauty still. Oh, they're coming right in here. There's a bit of a drop off here. Watching a catch one right now. Oh, bite. Oh, that's a fatty. One thing I love about grayling is they're easy to get the hook out when you're using a single hook. Oh, that's going to be making the bloopers reel. Oh, I forgot my net. This grayling's huge. Whoa, ho, 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 ho. Wow, that was pretty special. I caught at least 8 grayling, maybe more, I don't know. Pretty much all while a moose was just grazing in the outlet of the Bonnet Plume where it's shallow over there. So I was catching grayling, looking at a moose and this little bird. I don't know what it was, some sort of seagull type thing. I really want to go over and check out the mouth of that tributary, and be really nice to get some lake trout. But I've already got a good meal in store for me now, and I was planning on going to bed early, but then I just started having too much fun, damn it. So yeah, I'm going to cook these grayling up on the stove. I would light a fire, but all there is shrub willow all over the place here. And literally pretty much zero good wood, so I'd have to go through these willow bushes and get a bunch of twigs, and it's kind of futile. So I'm sure I would be able to do it, but I have my stove, so I'm going to whip that up. We're kind of at a valley bottom here, and high in elevation still. This is, you know, high up. I'm going to be descending in elevation with the river, so we're going to have more trees, but yeah, not a lot of firewood at all, definitely not at arm's reach. I'd have to do serious bushwhack to get some. So yeah, gonna cook this up on the stove. Should be real good. Using this cold steel Baird and trout. Yeah, it's just gonna slit from hole right up to the top like that. Grayling, you can kind of just pretty much rip the head right off. And then it's got a ring in the top. I was wondering what that was for, but that's what it's for. Just hold it like that. Just use the side of my knife like this. Scale it. So yeah, I might have to cut that in half, but I can't wait to eat that. That's gonna be good. Little old bay, baby. That one's done. The thick old one. Get that off. Don't want to waste any gas. Traveled a long way for this meal. That is good. Well, it is late, probably, geez, I'm gonna guess 11:30, 12 right now. Lots of light still. Land of the midnight sun. Amazing day. I was really tired and hungry when I got here. A lot of travel, a lot of anticipation. I mean, the flight was incredible. Jagged mountains everywhere. Beautiful. Amazing when you fly in the mountains. Sometimes you have to fly through a valley and you actually have to look up the floatplane window to see the top of the mountains because they're taller than the elevation you're flying at, which is pretty cool. Anyways, I got a little bit of food in me, and like there's just grayling coming like right up to the shore right now. It's incredible. They're coming right into like inches of water. Yeah, as soon as I saw those fish jumping, I knew I had to get out there, take a few casts, and sure enough, from shore didn't take me long to get a beauty. Probably the biggest one today was the first one I caught, which was absolutely delicious. And I headed out there, and where I saw a bunch jumping, sort of where the current picks up and starts to flow down the Bonnet Plume, and sure enough there was a cow moose just sitting there, probably the same one that I saw when the floatplane landed and we were taxiing up to the gravel beach here, and that was really cool. So I got a good look at that cow moose as I was catching grayling. Oftentimes in these lakes, the best spots are where the tributary comes in, and I can just hear the tributary rushing down the mountain. I can see it over there. It looks extremely beautiful. So tomorrow I might go over there and give it a shot if it looks like the fish are active, and see what I can come up with. I bet there's lake trout in this lake. They might be out a little deeper, but I'm happy with the grayling, that's for sure. So yeah, just incredible. Just the fishing, beautiful fish, and beautiful sight. This is going to be the only lake on this trip, so it'll be sad to leave it behind, but I'm super excited to see what lies downriver. The Bonnet Plume is supposed to be the most beautiful river in the Peel watershed, and so I think that we're going to see some things that top this, believe it or not. So awesome day. I tried a little bit of gold panning. I brought a gold pen, and done a little research on panning for gold, and I hope there's a chance that I manage to just find some gold dust or maybe a couple small nuggets or something like that, because from what I understand you really never know, especially in the Yukon, so that would be pretty cool. I also brought a fly rod, so I'm going to be doing some fly fishing. I might even get that rigged up tomorrow and see if I can't get one of these grayling on the fly. That would be pretty sweet. So oh man, I'm so excited. I don't even want to go to sleep, but I have to, because I got to get a good start on the day tomorrow. So, you know, a bunch of things ate into my time, so I'm going to have to put a lot of miles behind me tomorrow, but really looking forward to just everything that lies ahead. And I already feel more chill, you know, now that I got everything. I know I have everything here. I know the canoe's outfitted, everything's done. That anticipation is pretty much gone, and I just feeling pretty confident that I'll be able to tackle whatever lies ahead. Don't want to leave my food barrel kicking around in grizzly country, that's for sure. Take this and stash it in the willows. It is the morning of day 2. I expected to be about 40 kilometers downriver by now, but my trip got delayed in Whitehorse just because I guess a post-COVID thing. It's challenging to find people, and up north couldn't find someone to drive me until a day after I thought, and then I was late getting to the Floatplane base in Mayo, and that put me here quite a lot later yesterday because it turned out I had to wait for my flight. So, and then on top of that, I found out where my pickup is, and that's actually quite a ways down the Peel River, not at the mouth of the Bonnet Plume. So this is all adding more distance. I thought it was 350 kilometers. Now it's probably like 365. It cuts down my days. If I want to be at my pickup the day before, that only gives me 10 days to do the river. I slept in today, but I was planning on getting up early and going fishing, but then I basically stayed up late and went fishing and was really tired and decided to take a few more casts and just like slammed a bunch more grayling right here from the campsite. There were schools of 6 or 7 following my lure in right into 3 or 4 inches of water here. It was just absolutely phenomenal. The best grayling fishing I've ever experienced in my life for sure. All of them were tanks. So I don't know if I'll be able to not fish a little bit here and try the tributary this morning, but either way it's looking like I won't have a lot of time to do that, unfortunately. I'm gonna feel a lot better once I put a few clicks behind me and I get a feel for how fast the current is and how much time I can make on the river per day. Morning of day 2, man. Awesome spot. It's gonna be tough to leave this spot. I put my Goal Zero up, the solar panel. Not a lot of sun, but it's still gonna be doing something. I'm gonna strap that to the top of my canoe. Got the water on to boil. I had to get creative and put my ground pad around the stove because the wind will just blow all the heat away and you'll waste gas, and I gotta conserve gas. So now it's time to take down the tent and have my coffee, have some oatmeal, and get on the water. Got my barrel system. I have kind of these little buckets, and so I can organize different things, and it really reduces the amount of searching I'm doing in the food barrel. It's awesome. The barrel straps and all these little doohickeys. This thing here holds my stove gas. You can put toilet paper in there or whatever. Made by Recreational Barrel Works. Get this tent down. It's a lot of work making and breaking camp every morning, but I'm so used to it now. Oftentimes when I just spend 2 days at the same campsite, I just get bored. I feel like there's nothing to do. Unless, of course, it's like an epic fishing hole or something. A little tear in this morning. I wasn't a huge fan of the bag that this tent came in. You kind of have to like roll it and stuff. I just like to stuff my tent, and then putting it in a compression sack means it takes up a lot less space in your pack too. Looks like it might be starting to clear up, or we might get a patch of blue and then overcast again. I don't know. Today I'm stirring my coffee with the Cold Steel Outdoorsman fixed blade knife. We'll see if there's any difference compared to, knives I've used in the past. Oh, what a spot to have breakfast. I don't have my brother with me on this trip, which means that, the French press holds 2 coffees, so I made 2. Just so I can get that caffeine rush. Just kidding, but I'll probably drink 2. I wouldn't want to waste stove gas. Perfect. We'll have some portaging on this trip. The water level's high. I might have one long portage. If it's not too high, I could probably run that one because it's not a waterfall. But either way, I'm probably going to have a couple portages, but not for some time. Coffee numero 2. Fortunately, it doesn't taste like numero 2. Oh, it's getting nice out. There's the sun. Look at that solar panel in the sun. Catch some rays. I'm bringing a large solar panel because I want to really reduce the amount of time I have to charge. When Ted and I were in Manitoba, we had tons of sun. We only had a 60 watt, but it was super sunny, and we were traveling 12 hours a day in the blazing sun, so that really worked. I'll pull out some lunch. This prevents you from having to dig to the bottom of your food barrel every time. It's magical. Got some sun. Oftentimes I've just used a carpenter's garbage bag, but I got this liner here. Recreational Barrel Works makes these, and they make packs that are sort of like a Duluth pack. Why not use it for my dry bag and just give myself that extra layer of waterproofing, because the carpenter's bags don't really last. I got the generator battery in a dry bag in the canoe, and then this out on top. I'm just going to tie it down with some parachute cord. And this waterproof panel here, doesn't matter if I dump or whatever, it won't get broken. That'll work. So now I go tie down the rest. Well, there's a little injury. My knife has a bone cracker on the back. When I went to slice the parachute cord to tie down the solar panel, it whacked there, and I didn't even notice it. It took me a while to figure out how it even happened, but because it's right on my joint, just doesn't want to stop bleeding. And my first aid kit is completely packed away, so looks like I'm gonna have to maybe just put a little spruce gum on it. Ideally, if you can get it when it's still gooey, that's better, so I'll have to heat this up. Don't ask me, I've seen this in a movie. Not the spruce pitch, the heroin spoon. gonna melt it down and let it cool a bit till it's sticky. And I'm just gonna put that spruce gum right on the cut. It works for deep cuts like stitches, like that you need stitches for. It hardens and then you wait a few days and it comes off and the cut will be healed. It's still challenging because of the part of my finger it's on, but I'll let that get into the cut. And my finger has officially stopped bleeding. That's not going anywhere. And I'm off. That took a while. Well, finally pushed off from camp. I've never really ran a system kind of like what I'm doing now. My way larger Nook case and more gear in the solar panel system, so it took me a long time to get it dialed in because I have a lot of shooting equipment, a lot of gear in general. That all means that I really should be getting on my way, but I just cannot resist taking a few casts at the mouth of this tributary. I saw the jawbone of what looks like probably about 5-pound lake trout, if not more. It looked like maybe a bald eagle had eaten it, and there's a bald eagle's nest just across the lake there too, so I just figured maybe the lakers are deeper, and if there are any, the grayling get to the lure first. However, I thought I had one on, maybe about a 1-pounder yesterday. I checked the map and there's plenty of tributaries downriver. Usually what happens is that some of those tributaries can be murky, and I'm guessing this river is going to turn into sort of a gray color, basically the color that you see all the scree and the sand up in the mountain tops that runs down. But the Clearwater tributaries push into that silty river and create an eddy with the current they flow out on, and that eddy is clear. Bummer. So I just came around the corner and looks like the mouth of the tributary comes in just downriver and not into Bonnet Plume Lake. Oh well, I can try fishing there, I guess. But yeah, I probably should have looked at the map beforehand. It's just from what I could see from my campsite, it looked like a good bet that it came out right here, but looks like it feeds the Bonnet Plume and not the lake here. Hope I'm not outgunned with this 6-pound test for big lakers. It's crazy how much they were just feeding when it was really choppy. If they were feeding, I couldn't see anything, and once it got later on, they were biting like crazy until they were still biting like crazy when I went to bed around probably 1 a.m. The other cool thing is that, you know, the far end of this lake, the mountains there, those are the Mackenzie Mountains, and we're not far from the divide, and the divide is the border between the Yukon and Northwest Territories. So the mountain river, which I paddled, is not too much further of a flight than the one I just took, you know. So I don't know how much further it'd be, maybe even just 45 minutes further, and we would have been at Dusty Lake, which is where a lot of people start their trips down the mountain river. We started at Willow Handle and took a rushing Whitewater creek to meet the mountain, which would be a good bit further, but yeah, pretty cool. Getting some bites here. Maybe nothing big, but a few little taps. That definitely was a fish. Down pretty deep. Like some rain coming this way. Day can't make up its mind. Well, I gave it a good shot here on Bonnet Plume Lake, and it's just such a nice place. I kind of didn't want to leave. Didn't catch a lake trout, but you know, maybe that means there'll be some smaller ones downriver, so you never know. I did catch a couple nice ones on the Hess, and nothing seems to really be biting right now. It seems to be like they just go bonkers in the evening, and during the day it's going to be a little more challenging. It's not going to be like every cast like it was last night. So I'm excited to move on downriver and get on to the next step of this trip and start hitting some rapids, so can't wait to see what the Bonnet Plume River has in store. But yeah, ever since I got here, the weather's been kind of all over the map. Cold, really cold at night, and then it was hot for a while. I was sweating, and then cooled right down again. Snug as a bug. Yup, that's some rain. Here's that tributary. It must be the one I see. It's not very big. Sure sounds big when it's barreling down the mountain though. Oh yeah. Oh, it's something pretty good. Maybe it's a lake trout. Oh, I lost it. God damn it. That is such a bummer. Something brighter, something shiny to match these watercolors here, although I was having success on a Black Fury orange dot, but this is a dressed Meps Aglia 2 here. Wow, this is beautiful. Oh, got one. Wow, I just watched that come up and just crush my lure. That was exciting. Nice little grayling, baby. Oh, God, they're still so big around here. Yeah. Well, we got one. I'll take that. I'll take it. Nice little tributary and a back eddy here. Well, that scared the bejeezers out of me. Nice little pocket here. Saw a couple fish, got a hit, got 2 hits. Had one on for a little bit. You see that? Hello, dinner. I'm gonna call you dinner. A little smaller than in the lake, but definitely a good eater. That wasn't really the bonnet plume proper. It actually feeds the bonnet plume, and I'm just pulling up to it right now. It looks kind of brown, definitely not as beautifully clear as this one. So I might just jump out and take a couple casts here and maybe bust out my gold pen. This is some black sand. Black sand is a good indicator of gold. So if you see creeks or deposits of black sand, it's worth dipping in a pan and seeing if you can get some gold. The thing is, you can, it's like with prospecting, is that, you know, you're going to spend more money than whatever gold you get to cover your expenses 9 times out of 10, but you never know when you might hit the mother lode. Some people say it's still out there. Wow, first cast here at the confluence, and I hooked into something pretty big. Try to wade it out of that current. Oh, it's another grayling. Just in the current it feels way stronger. It's a big one though. Woo! That's the biggest one yet. Yeah, look at that beast. Look at that.
Wow. Look at this beast again. Looks like we have potentially a little rapid coming up as this creek out of Bonnet Plume Lake meets the Bonnet Plume River proper. And I'm just taking a minute to clean up these two grayling here. This one I caught in the creek coming down, and then when I got here to the confluence of this creek and the Bonnet Plume, I just started catching tanks like it's crazy. They're just in the swift current, in the shallows, in the eddies. Like, they're not just in the eddies, they're like all over the place basically. Because I can't eat nearly as many as I can catch here, you just got to be careful how you release them. As soon as you see blood pouring out of the gills, you might as well keep that, because if you release it, it's going to die. So I figured I should keep a couple because I am relying on fish for food. So I'm just scaling this one out here. Some crazy huge wolf prints. Man, I've made like terrible time today just getting all my outfit dialed in. So there's dinner, baby. Look at that. Two chunky grayling. I don't even know what time it is. My only clock is on my GPS and it takes a while to boot up. So I don't know if that's making me go faster or slower. Probably slower. Maybe I'll dip a pen in and see if I can get some gold. That'd be cool. Probably a gold fleck right there. I mean, they say gold is best found in black sand, so I mean, there's a chance there's just really small particles of gold dust that we're looking at right here. Can't stake any claims here really, or commercially pin, I don't think, because of the Natcha Nyack Dun have gone through leaps and bounds, a 15-year process to protect this whole area from roads and mining development, which is just freaking awesome. Thank you to them. 15-year battle, went back and forth, and then they basically won to protect a large amount of the area in the Canadian Supreme Court. And I think this is definitely one of those places that's worth more than money when it's in a state of true wilderness. It's not just the mountains. You think you're going to get fishing this good anywhere close to a road? Absolutely not. So, you know, that's just one thing, let alone the wildlife that I've already been seeing. So, you know what, picking up a couple little gold nuggets on my way downriver would be a sweet little souvenir, and also might help pay for my trip. A relatively small gold nugget can be worth $500. You know, you get a couple of them, you got $1,000. You know, that's probably pretty rare, but you never know. But anyways, it is raining and cold, and I've got a lot of river to paddle, so I better start moving. Say goodbye to what very well could be the best fishing part of the trip. However, it's looking like this is going to be a pretty good fishing trip in general, but man, tough to beat that. Got a little rapid coming up here, more of just a swift. I'm going to try to put in a few more hours on the river here. Well, this river is just screaming along. That's great news. So the high water might make the rapids tougher, but it's looking like it's going to make it faster. It's making me feel a little more confident that I'll be able to make it in time and not have like a complete rushed trip. It's like a class 1 and then maybe a class 2 at the end.
Wow, mountains here are just incredible.
Might actually be a little more maneuverable than my Royal X Novacross Prospector. Swift's just whipping me along here.
Come up on you, man. This river's pushy.
Well, we are just coming up on our first rapid of the adventure. It's been rainy and cold, unfortunately, for a while, but I'm still just having fun. River's picked up a lot since I got off the creek from Bonnet Plume Lake and into the Bonnet Plume River. Current's been ripping pretty good, so I'm making decent time. Hopefully, maybe, who knows, maybe I'll still be able to bang off my daily distance today, which is about 35 clicks, but I'm gonna run a rapid right now. Should be fun. Looks like maybe a class 1, maybe a class 2. Pretty straightforward, but you always want to be prepared, so. Let me go for it. Wow, this is so cool.
The best line, but fun enough.
Yes, buddy. That was fun.
Tough to really scout this whole canyon, so
I'm guessing just from the drop of the river here that it's going to be you know, class 1s and 2s.
I'm having to run them and then peel out at the first eddy I see and sort of check over my shoulder.
Get out and scout the next one or scout from the boat, but we're gonna keep going here and see what's in front of us.
I see some squirrely looking stuff up there. I'm terrified. Here we go. You got this, Jim. You got this. Kind of a blind corner here. I'm gonna keep my stern into shore, but it's rocky on the right. Pretty serious, man. Looks kind of like a class 3. That was awesome! The rapids aren't super advanced, but if you dumped in there, you'd be very hard pressed to get your boat to shore, and you have to swim this entire rapid. You probably smash your boat, wrapping around a boulder or something. So, and I was honestly just getting physically tired because the canoe got a lot of weight in it. You got to really work to move that to dodge the boulders. So this is way crazier than what I read in the trip report. And they said they had high water. So this is almost, a couple of those rapids are pretty close to class 3. They're saying 1s and 2s, so pretty freaking epic. So beautiful too. Anyways, I'm gonna jump out and have a look because right now this is a completely blind corner. Need to stretch the old legs too. Blind corner right there. Looks like it's runnable. We have more down there. Jesus. Wow, this is crazy. It's not just that the rapids are like class 2 to class 2 plus and little bits of 3. It's just that in between the rapids, there is no in between the rapids. It's all a rapid. It's all really pushy class 1s, a ripping fast swift at the least. Man, it's tiring, and there's another completely blind corner up there, so I think I'm gonna boot it down to there and just keep my fingers crossed that I could run that part too. And that, you know, one thing I'm gonna scout for is if there's an eddy, so I can eddy. If I take in water, I can bail. That's pretty important. Man, it's not a nice day. It's cold and windy, and that actually makes it more dangerous to run rapids, because if you dump, you can get hypothermia. This water is freezing cold. When I'm bushwhacking like this, I make sure my True Flare pen launcher and bear banger are there. I'm not gonna haul my shotgun here. I also have bear spray on me, but if something comes up in the bush, I can access that. Right now I'm just keeping it in my life jacket zipper pocket there. So once I'm down the most of the rapid, I might eddy out there and take a look at what's around the next corner. I'm gonna head back to the canoe, bail any remaining water, and head out. Hey bear! Hey bear! Bear! All right, here we go. I'll get out of here eventually. I'm doing it! Woo! I'm gonna jump out, have another peek around this blind corner, and bail. Well, picking my way down this Whitewater canyon on the Bonnet Plume, and it is full of surprises, man. Like, I'd read a trip report that said there was a canyon with 1s and 2s. This is more intense than what they dealt with for sure, and which kind of concerns me. It makes me wonder how many other rapids are more challenging, and when the river's so pushy and sometimes the eddies are blown out, it can be hard to get over to shore, but I'm managing to do it. I ran the first part and it started terrifying me because I was going around too many blind corners. Did pretty well, a couple rough parts there. One of them actually I came in to eddy out and then scout over my shoulder and eddy back in, if anything, just to make sure I stayed right. But I actually hit my bow touched the rock on the front of the eddy, which spun me around, and then I paddled my stern into the eddy, and I guess I could have kept back paddling and eddied out, but it was perfect, and I just kept going, and it just created me to avoid everything. I just did a 180, so it wasn't entirely intentional. So a couple little things that were a little sloppy, but I feel like that's all I needed to just like get on point, because definitely I can handle this level of rapid. But when I'm out here alone, it's a lot scarier too, because there's no one to help you. There's no one to throw you a throw bag. There's no one to help swim your canoe to shore, etc., etc. So it adds a whole extra level of challenge and fear to everything, running rapids out here alone in such a remote area. Look what we have here, a trail, hard to follow. Hey bear! But it looks like it's a portage trail. and a game trail, both at the same time. So this way would be to scout the blind corner, and this way would be to portage. And that kind of tells me whatever's around the corner is probably pretty challenging since people portage it. On some remote wilderness rivers, you can see remnants of trails that haven't been used since the 1940s or earlier still. And oftentimes when people were traveling with all their livelihood or their families or a lot of money in furs or even gold nuggets, it wasn't worth risking running anything. Bit of a bushwhack. Hey bear! Hey bear! Some berries out here, so looks like we're home free, at least for the short term. I think this is manageable. Couple boldies. That's a canoe crusher. That's all I could see from upriver, so that's why I was a little nervous, but looks like plenty of room to pass it on the right. Hopefully we're home free and Jim will have survived another one. That big boulder in those waves and hole there is all I could see from upriver, so that's why I decided to come and scout, because it looked kind of sketchy. I got two boulders upriver. One's a sketchy pinning one, but really it's only a class 1 through here, maybe a class 2 where those boulders are. So, and it looks like we're pretty much out of the canyon and the Whitewater in this stretch anyways. So as long as I can make it down here, it looks like old Jim will survive another day. No problem. Wow, we got some more of this, believe it or not. I don't know if I would have made it down the whole way without bailing at least once, but would have made some pretty good time, probably whether I tipped or not. Ooh, we got another one. Looks like a class 1 here. Although the boulders that there are harder to avoid because the current pushes you towards them so quickly. Looks like just a fun one here though. Oh, that's in a canyon too. Major blind corner. No eddy. Maybe I can cheat my way down this side slaw here. That looks pretty intense. Only a little slot where you can make it over. God. Yeah, it just, the gravel bar came out to just a tiny pinch. Yeah, the other thing is the one that I'm skirting right now, no real way to scout it. I'm gonna go take a peek around the corner here. I cut around the side slaw to avoid a gnarly looking rapid, and it looks like there's something else that I'm gonna head right into, so I'm gonna go have a look. You know, I probably could have ran that, but it's a class 3, but looking from it here where I pulled up and then I'd have to like pull back up river. What's the point? Why take an unnecessary risk when I could just walk it through the side slaw? But it appears this canyon was not over. It was merely taking a break. Cool little waterfall pouring down it there. But yeah, we got some more pushy current class 1s. I walked down to look around the corner again and she's still going. So won't get time to relax yet. Here's the side slaw I pulled around. So I guess I'm gonna try to drag down here, jump into this eddy and go. Good sun! Wow, that is beautiful. Look at that. What I just did there was I just surfed that little wave there for a bit, and then I front ferried, shot me right over so I can look at this. I don't hear any rushing water ahead. I think we might be out of the thick of it for today anyways, but Can't even look at the map for 2 seconds on this part of the river here. Wow, that looks incredible. Holy smokes, Lord of the Rings right there. As soon as I pulled out the camera, the sun on those mountains went away, but still pretty awesome. This is a little more relaxing here. Current's strong but not scary. But there's a nice gravel bar here, and I've only gone like 13k today. A bit more if you count all the bends, but not even half of what I was supposed to do. But since I got such a late start because of figuring out all the boat loading and fishing and trolling and panning for gold and lily dipping, I might stop here. I'm gonna check the time. Might be a decent fishing hole. Looks like a decent enough place to camp and absolutely beautiful. So, but first I gotta wade to shore because I blew it and ran myself up on a gravel bar. Shallow, but I bet you anything there's some grayling in here considering everything's loaded around here. Only thing is, not a ton of wood around here. Not a nice day. The good weather was fighting with the bad weather, and the good weather lost big time. It's freezing cold. Well, not freezing, but can't imagine it's 10 degrees even. Every shot in the... Well, I guess first things first, set up the tent and get that over with. This is my Boreal 21 folding saw by Agawa Canyon. You can actually buy it through the link in my bio, and I get a percentage of the sales. Awesome little folding saw, and it just lasers through wood. One of the good things about it is, well, there's different blade options, so you know, you can't necessarily judge a saw just by the blade. Those are kind of two different things, but Agawa offers a really good blade. It's called the Aggressive Sydney Rancher, and the reason this is good is because there's no rakers, which means it's great for dry wood. Rakers are just little things in between the teeth that kick the sawdust out and prevent your saw from sticking, and that's more for wet wood or damp wood. Well, most of the time when you're camping, you're cutting dry wood for firewood, and that's what I like about this. So it just lasers through stuff pretty good. Anyways, yeah, I'm feeling a little headachy. I don't know if I managed to get dehydrated already. Tonight maybe I'll drink something warm, some tea, some hot chocolate. I think I brought hot chocolate. I don't know, I should have. And get a fire going and cook up those two grayling and call it a night. It's probably going to be fairly late night again because it's probably about 8 right now, 8:30 even. Anyways, yeah, I'll just
I'm hoping to get more done tomorrow, kilometers wise. It took 3.5 hours to do roughly 12 kilometers. So, you know, I was getting out of the boat and scouting a lot through that canyon, but you know, I'll have other things to scout and portages even, which means, you know, I have probably about 350 kilometers left. I think I'll be able to do it. I just got to put in some longer days on the river. I'm still a smidge concerned. However, the current is ripping fast, so keeps up like this, it'll make things a lot easier. Anyways, I'm gonna go get some wood. Well, just time to get a fire going and find a little baby duckling and just punch it in the face. Just kidding. Wow, I'm already starting to lose it. It's only day 2. Good morning, day 3. Just woke up, I'm still tired. It's raining. It's looking like it's another very overcast, rainy day today. What can you do? Bound to get some sun one of these days. So it's gonna have to push through today. I don't know what's on the agenda today, but I think we might have a couple portages and some more intense rapids. I heard an animal out here at like 3:30 this morning. I heard a noise, an animal walking out here. I think it was a moose, but it seemed to be like not far from my tent. Already rained this morning when I was in my tent. I just couldn't bring myself to dragging myself out into the driving rain. Today it's going to be about trying to make some distance, but I think I also probably have at least one portage today. I left my stove out and it's all wet, so let's see how well it lights. Not too good. Concerning. Don't particularly feel like lighting a fire this morning. Oh no, no pressure. Oh, son of a stove is broken. Unbelievable.
So my stove is definitely broken. I think it has something to do with this. For whatever reason, no pressure comes out of it when I turn it on. And like I can try to disassemble it, but I don't know. I don't understand the inner workings of these things, and I also don't have a ton of time, and if it's a broken part, well, there's not too many places to source it out here. This morning it was like I left it outside and it rained on it, so it was wet, which means like it's harder to start because the gas that's coming out of the element won't light. But some paper garbage and lit that, and that kind of dried it out and got it lit, but then it just died. And then after that, the limiter, which is what basically controls everything, just completely stopped working. So I'm gonna have to tinker around with that. So yeah, the stove saves me a lot of time in the morning, and I've already sucked up a ton of time trying to dick with this thing, so it's just enraging. But this is pretty much garbage to me right now, so it looks like I'm gonna have to be lighting fires every morning to boil water. This is all damp. Ooh, a little bit of sun. My solar panels can't charge much when there's no sun. One of the things my floatplane pilot told me about the Bonnet Plume is that it's very rarely traveled, and I don't know why. It's just for whatever reason, maybe the challenge of the rapids and all that, but compared to the Wind, which is an easier river in the Peel watershed, it sees a lot less traffic. And maybe it's just because it's, people haven't heard of it, people don't know about it, so that means there's nobody on the river, no other group behind me, no other group ahead of me, just me out here in the middle of nowhere, which is kind of cool. Anyways, yeah, well, I got the fire going and it got that water boiled, so in the end I tried messing with my stove probably for half an hour, trying all kinds of different things, and couldn't get it lit, and that's kind of a bummer. But there should be enough wood around here. It's just going to take me a little extra time to get going in the mornings, and I'll be able to do it without a stove. So it is what it is. It's just bad when it's really, really wet and you need to find a standing dead and whittle out the middle under a tarp. It can take a lot longer. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna get some coffee going here and get some oatmeal in me, and before long we'll be on the river. Get smoked out. Nothing like a hot cup of coffee to help you procrastinate on the morning. Some people ask, "Oh, do you bring a book to read?" I did bring one on gold prospecting, on how to pan for gold and stuff like that. I haven't even cracked it. Basically, I have no time between all the camp tasks, breaking camp, cooking, filming everything, and traveling, that it's almost no point in even bringing one. The only time it's good is if you get weathered in for a few days. Two short portages today, and it's not going to be the portage that's challenging. It's hard to just get my boat perfectly loaded so that I can have that solar panel on top of the solar battery underneath it. So I really got to do kind of a Tetris maneuvering job of my bag. So to load and unload the boat is like more time consuming than the portage itself probably, but it is what it is.
Well, I've managed to pack my load all fairly low, which gives, you know, the canoe better center of gravity and leave room for my legs. But the bow is quite heavy, which means I'm trimmed nicely, but it also means my bow's gonna go right through waves and I'll take in more water. But you're better to have that than to be trimmed really stern heavy for maneuvering.
So all packed up now, but I haven't panned the mouth of this creek or up it a little bit, so I'm just going to take a couple minutes and head up there and see if I can find some gold nuggets. The last creek that I tried, the one that I paddled down, I tried at the mouth, and I saw what looked like almost like gold dust in there, but as I kept swirling and swirling, that kind of flew out with the water and didn't stay in the pan, which means that good chance it's not gold, because there's other granules of sand in the pan that were clearly heavier than it, and gold should be heavier than any of the other stuff. So really what you're doing is you're just kind of shaking the pan, you're spinning it around, you're trying to get the heavier pebbles and bits of sand and all that kind of stuff to float to the bottom, and then keep panning, and you're essentially splashing that out, moving the rocks up, and what's left should be the heaviest, which is gold. I just can't imagine how cool it will be just swirling everything around and then little nuggets of gold in my pan. It'll be super exciting. So yeah, I'm gonna go and do that for a minute and then jump in the canoe and get going. Well, gave it a good go here for about an hour and walked up this creek. No luck, nothing that even remotely resembled gold that got me excited. There are some kind of like yellow colored rocks, but at first glance you can get excited, but then you realize it's just a rock. So yeah, nothing here, but I guess I just gotta stay positive. Good news is the sun's out, and it was supposed to be 90% chance of rain, dumping rain all day is what I understood, but it probably still will, but it's nice to have a little bit of sun. So anyways, time to get on the river. Up the corner just by getting left is a bit of a blind corner, and eddy out and see down because I see some rapidy stuff, but it looks like just a little riffle where the current builds along the wide side of the turn, and then it's not a big deal. Got a bit of a headwind blowing up here. Oh no, there's a rapid there. There's a rapid. Yeah, and there's a contour line that crosses the river. There's no rapids marked, and you can't really rely on just government topo maps to mark where all the rapids are. None were marked in that canyon I just ran yesterday, for example. They do mark contour lines that cross the river, and you can count miles or kilometers in between those contour lines, and each map will tell you what one contour line is worth, how many feet it is. On some maps it'll be 10, on some it'll be much more. So then you can divide those two together and get a feel for the average drop of the river, and the steeper the drop, the more wild the river's going to be, but you really don't need much of a drop to get water moving pretty quick. Anyways, I'm going to jump out, throw my dry suit on, we're going to give her. Well, I didn't pack the canoe as well today, and it means my camera case is getting in the way, making things more challenging for me to kneel quickly. Sometimes where the river turns like this, you get some standing waves along the outside edge, which can be easily avoided. Already starting to get into some more kind of denser forest just from the little bit that we've come down in elevation now. And a tight corner coming up here. Just using a back paddling and using the angle of my canoe
to travel sideways. When you have to turn in canoeing, you really have to turn twice because you have to turn and then turn like this. So backfiring is a good thing to know how to do. And I do that when I come up to a blind corner just to open up the angle. If I see something sketchy, I jump in an eddy like that. You can see patches of ice still up in the mountains that are still feeding these small little runoff creeks. Well, this is looking kind of sketchy up ahead. I got pushed into a narrow braid and there's a tree down over the river and literally nothing I can do here to eddy out and miss it. So looks like maybe if I just squeeze left, I'll be able to get under the tip, but this is the kind of thing that can really cause problems. Yeah, it looks like I can get through without busting my face through branches. Woo! Sketchy, man. Always a good idea to slow down by back paddling. Buy yourself a little more time, but sometimes there's just nowhere to eddy out or anything. Yeah, my guess is that some of the rapids downriver that are usually runnable are going to be like raging torrents that will need to be portaged. I'm just hoping I have enough time to get over to shore.
Well, things are going pretty good. Just hanging out watching bald eagle here. There's actually two of them, an immature one and a really large mature one. Coming through some braids, super hard to figure out and follow where I am on the map through here. But I think I'm off my first map, so I just pulled over to switch the maps over, which means I'm making it somewhere. Actually, I took a channel in between two islands. It was really the only one that looked inviting, looked perfect, and I got in there. Water was super pushy and there was a tree down across the whole thing. Fortunately, it could squeak by right at the end without having to crash through branches because it was high enough to let the canoe under, but big strong branches all along the bottom and kind of just a small area to get through, so that was a little scary. Anyways, yeah, I have rapids coming up. Might not be for a bit, but it'll sure be interesting to see what they're like. If they're all portages, can I run one? Can I run all of them? Do I portage all of them? So we'll have to wait till we get there to find out. Oh, of course now it starts dumping rain when I'm trying to swap out my maps. I still don't put all my eggs in one basket, even using this. If this does rip or it leaks or it gets a hole punched in it, and the other ones are in another bag somewhere. I don't even know where the heck we are. I'm guessing, oh, we're probably getting pretty close to the rapids. So I flipped my map over because I was pretty sure, even though I was kind of unsure where I was pretty sure I was getting onto the other map, and it turns out I was exactly right. I just flipped on my GPS because coming through these braids, it was really tough to navigate. So my GPS shows me my exact location, and it is right here. So right on the next map. So nailed it. Got a ways to go before the rapids yet, but rapids there, two rapids here, contour line crosses the river, and then another double bar rapid there. So things are about to get interesting, ladies and gents. Just dodged that wide channel there with all those sweepers right along it and swift current. Little rapid right here. Wow, what a view of the mountains. Sweeper coming up here. Looks like there's enough room to get fire. Nice black sand there.
Couple little rapids in here just because of the high water. Another little class 1 here. If I'd gone down there, I probably would have wound up in big trouble. It's impassable logs over it with ripping current and nowhere to get out. And then there's a strong headwind right now, unfortunately. Yeah, seriously challenging S-bend here. Oh, rock. I have to split these two rocks. Well, that wouldn't have been fun to hit. So I have some serious rapids coming up in 6 kilometers, and I really just got to keep my eye on the map so I can judge the character of the river as I get close. Just basically got to see where I am so I know when I'm getting close to them. I want plenty of time to take out, and if the river's really pushy leading up to them, it could cause some issues. This river is a very seldom traveled river. Apparently the charter company doesn't have anybody else booked for a flight into here this year. So I might be the only one paddling it. There's no other group behind me. It's obviously super remote, so I got to take this pretty seriously. Wow, what do we have here? A very nice tributary. It's just screaming to take a couple of casts. Well, no luck here. I just eddied out right at the mouth of a crystal clear tributary, rushing right into the Hess River. There's a little tributary marked on my map that looks like it's marked coming in from a swamp, so I was not expecting it to be this fast flowing, and a beautiful eddy here. I love how you can see the two waters, the kind of turbid water of the Bonnet Plume mixed with the crystal clear emerald colored water of the tributary. It's so neat. That was a cool and pleasant surprise. Beautiful, beautiful spot. Honestly, I wish I'd camped here last night, but it was just a little too far. Another 20 clicks downriver anyways. Now we have a little class 1 coming up right here. Tight maneuvering here. Got some standing waves here. Woo! I would have taken in a lot of water. Maybe I should have hit that for fun. Things are getting interesting. That is a rapid right there. I gotta scout that out. Well, it was gonna rain all day today. It dumped rain this morning, but it's let up. And I just rounded a corner and saw this flushing rapid with some big standing waves. Looks like, you know, it's a kind of rapid where you take in a lot of water. Looks like maybe one hole to avoid and a bunch of big standing waves, so I had to pull over quick. Crazy, and it just keeps going around the corner. But it looks like maybe it'll be like a class 2. With my heavy load, I definitely take in, so I'll probably have to bail, but I shouldn't take in too much water, I don't think. I'm still gonna walk down and check it out a little more though. Oh, class 3, that big wave there, a little irregular. Well, I'm gonna run it, hit the first big wave, then get right hard and eddy out, and then scout what's downriver. Whew, terrified though. It's the biggest standing wave yet. Probably not the most technical, but we'll try to take her slow.
nice. I actually meant to head out here. Basically just skipped the whole thing. A little anticlimactic actually. Well, the reason that rapid terrified me wasn't because of the rapid, but it's because of what's downriver. We're in a little small canyon, more standing waves, super pushy, and then a tight blind corner with a huge boulder in the middle. And so if I missed this eddy, I would have been swept down there, and who knows what would have been around the next corner. So that's what got my heart pumping a little bit. In the end, turned out to be easier than expected, but yeah, when you're all alone out here in the middle of the Yukon, it really amps things up, if you know what I mean. This isn't even a marked rapid on the map, and I guess just because of the high water, it's making what would be, you know, something manageable into something that isn't. Long story short, there's a huge drop there, and if you hit it left, you go into a hole. You can't hit it right, so the tongue is completely blocked by this curling wave. I might be able to kind of cheat it and sneak up through here though. I'm gonna go scout down a bit further, and I don't know what's going on down there. That looks pretty interesting too. I can tell there's a very, very tight tongue, but the problem is right upriver from that tongue is this boulder. You can't go left of it, and right of it would mean it would be almost impossible to back ferry across that ripping current to hit the tongue. So that's definitely a no-go. If you could hit the tongue, you could probably make it some real interesting boiling current down there though. But it's looking like I can probably run it right in between there, that kind of half submerged boulder and this huge boulder on the shore, and then run it right along here through there, get hung up on those rocks, and then I don't know what this current's doing, but then bomb through the end there. So this would be a challenging portage. Look at this. Yeah, too bad. If the water is just a bit lower, I could hit that big boulder on the left and just nail the tongue, but even then I guess it's still pretty sketchy, and I'm out here alone. Good news is I don't have to be carrying endlessly. We'll see. I might have to portage just a little bit at the end, but I think I'll probably be able to run that lower stretch. So anyways, back to the canoe. Okay, well, we're going to try to get through this sneak route I found. There's also looks like another rapid around the corner too. Anyways, here we go. We'll stay right. This shouldn't be too exciting. Wow, this is terrifying. That's where I don't want to be. Take her slow. Pretty much home free now. I had no idea there'd even be rapids through this section. None of these are marked. So I have a loose trip report, but I don't know, you know, where they are. I know where they are in the marked rapids, but I don't even know if they mention this. It's tough to know where they are in the river, so crazy. Really got to take things as they come. Well, that little sneak route, it looks simple enough, but the consequences of missing it were large, and the little V and the tongue beside that huge boulder that I had to hit wasn't the easiest, but I nailed it. It's too bad that I couldn't have run this one, because it would have been fun, but it's really just this ledge that was the issue, but I just couldn't line up with the tongue. There's the tongue. The only way to get to it is through here, and it's just all boulders. Otherwise you have to be there. There's no way you can get over. And then this is some really challenging current here too, but I'd probably just beast through that. There's probably some more fun stuff around the corner too. More scouting. Getting sick of it. Well, that was a fun little ending to that one though. Dumping rain. Last thing we need is for this river to get any higher. Got another one here. I gotta go scout. Blind corner, looks technical. Class 5 probably. There's got to be a trail though. There's a big eddy to catch. I'm going to run the first one, eddy out left, and then carry. I bet there'll be some resemblance of a trail and the bush doesn't look too thick, so I'm going to get this over with. Oh, nice not to get in the middle of a raging torrent for once. I have a long semi-technical rapid to run, and then I have to eddy out before what looks like a class 5 raging, frothing holes, tight pinch, guaranteed death if I go over that. But I should have plenty of time, and it's nice big forgiving eddy there at the end, so I'm gonna go for it. Technical run. I just started beast paddling full speed when I had to and then slowing down. But I had to split 2 boulders there like this. So I had to come in like this and get through them like that. Anyways, the portage starts like right over here. Yeah. Got another bar. Seems to be working a little now though, the little bit of sun we did have. Hey Bear! Hey! Hey Bear! This is a long portage. This canyon just keeps going. Beautiful canyon it skirts, but it's just full of rapids, and then after you portage the first one, after you're past the first one, there's no way to put in anyways, even if you could run them. Some crowberries. It'd be nice to see some blueberries. What goes up must come down. Spinning wheel, got to go round. The trail keeps going, but there's a little side kind of trail, might be an animal trail here, that leads down there, and I'm gonna go for it, damn it. Well, this is awesome. The weather was really beautiful, and then some dark clouds rolled in. It got cold, windy, poured rain, and that's blown through, leaving a spectacular rainbow. And I even see some double rainbow action starting to happen over here. Super awesome. So I still have the boat to carry all the way to the end of what's probably about a kilometer and we'll call it 1,300 meter long portage around a canyon, and I'm using this rainbow as an awesome excuse to procrastinate from hauling the canoe there. I'm long gone for the Yukon, those northern lights I want to see. I'm long gone for the Yukon, boys, 'cause the Yukon is calling for me. These northern lights I want to see. I'm gone for the Yukon. Oh. Already.
That part was tricky. I like to carry the canoe last on places where the trail's hard to follow, because that way I learn the trail a bit better before taking the canoe. Fortunately, the terrain here isn't too crazy. I mean, there's a couple spots where I felt like I could potentially have a good slip, tumble down a hill, and just plummet onto jagged rocks, and my unconscious or deceased corpse would then just wash down the rapids. But there's only about 2 places like that, and it's pretty open, and there is a trail. Like, it's definitely not a well-used trail, but I wonder if this trail is used since floatplanes were a thing and people started doing this river recreationally, or if this is a trail that's been here for many more years. Most of the time the portage trails have been here for thousands of years even, and I wouldn't doubt if that was the case with this one too. Was not expecting this portage to be anything like this. Oh, would you look at that? I'm here. That was not easy. Well, now I gotta load all the gear back in the boat, head on down river, and look for a place to camp. Once that sun goes down past the mountains, starts losing a lot of light and gets cool quick. Well, that took a very long time. It is now 10 o'clock at night, or 9:55 to be exact, which is just blowing me away. I have no idea where the day went, and again, I haven't made my daily distance, which sucks, but it also means that this big portage is behind me, so I should be able to make better time the next coming days. Man, does the temp ever drop when the sun goes behind the mountains, so I can just feel it. My hands are freezing. Wow, hopefully this canyon ends soon so I can find a freaking place to camp. Quite the boulder strewn rapid there. Lots of really fun rapids, I'll tell you that much right now. I'm gonna check it out, see if I can camp here. It doesn't look too good though. Well, raging class 3, over 100 meters long, and there's still rapids around the corner. And you know what, I am behind schedule because you know, really just the amount of scouting, you know, stopping, pulling over. I'm running everything I can, even pushing it a little more than I should be with what I'm running and not scouting. But when you're in a canoe, like in a blow-up raft, it's a little different. But when you're all alone in a canoe out here, scouting is super important. And it also means that
even if you don't dump, that your run's going to be a lot less terrifying and a lot smoother, because you look at the rapid, you say I'm going to go this way, that way, this way. You're less likely to smash into rocks, damage your canoe, even if you don't dump, and just nail a good run and go in with a plan. The point is that in the north, it's not time that dictates your travel schedule. It's safety and the weather. So yeah, gonna get the boat unloaded and get set up. Try to get to bed relatively early. Maybe I'll just do some dehydrated meals. Tori made some delicious dehydrated meals for me, so I might hammer one of those. This is also the start of a very faint portage trail. It could be just a game trail coming down. So if I was going to portage this, I might just start from here rather than loading the boat and floating my gear all of 100 feet. But I think I'm going to be able to run it. I don't know what's around the next bend. That's one of the things that's so challenging and dangerous about this river. It isn't so much the rapids themselves, it's just the ripping fast current in between the rapids and how many rapids there are back to back with boulders and everything. So if you dump in a rapid, so what? It might be fairly easy, but accidents happen. Well, if you do, there's a good chance it's game over, you lose your canoe at pins, or it's a panic situation, you find it miles downriver in an eddy. So that's what's really dangerous, because as soon as you tip in this, man, that current's just going to take your canoe. Just found the remains of a caribou antler. It's almost like rotted into the ground, but kind of cool. I was just walking, looking for where I was going to put my fire and looking for some wood, and I just saw it there. Look at the girth of that. Hugely thick mountain caribou antler. Bam, bam, Cette plaine pour moi. Concern it, these are still live. There are tons of trees, but I just don't see a standing dead one. There's one over there, but that's way too far. Oh, maybe I'll go get it anyways. Bone dry, standing deadwood, baby. Well, it's so cold out right now that the water in the river is steaming. That means that the water is warmer than the air, and the water's freezing. Not what most people's July 22nd look like, but here in the northern Yukon, that's just how she goes. This aggressive Sydney Rancher blade by Agawa Canyon just lasers through the wood. Wow, this is really so, I can't believe I did that. The mesket bag was full of water. Tori's dehydrated meals.
Add in some cranberries. Just like Thanksgiving. It smells like turkey dinner. Basically all the things, stuffing, mashed potatoes, turkey, and cranberries, all dehydrated and mixed together. Let that sit and rehydrate.
Hey Bear, how are you? Come over for a bite there, hey Bear.
Just like to say that once in a while in case the bear's hungry and wanted to join me. I think there's supposed to be like 2 or 3 meals in that dehydrated pouch because my pot is full. Thank you, honey, for making this delicious food. I don't know how far I made it. I don't know, maybe about 25 kilometers. Again, not what I was supposed to make. But I'm hoping the lower stretch of the river widens up. There's not as many rapids, no portaging, and I can make good time. One rapid I managed to kind of float down a side channel and drag over some rocks and run the end. Not long after that, I had a long, challenging class 2 technical, and then I don't know, probably about a 1,600 meter portage with 3 trips. Really cool, really beautiful canyon. And I jumped in the boat. You know, I told myself, okay, I'll take the next campsite. Sure enough, rapid after rapid after rapid, and then finally I saw what looked like a flat spot up here, and I looked at what looked like a challenging rapid downriver. So I figured I'd pull over, scout out. Fortunately, there's a site here. I walked down, had a look at that rapid. It's a raging class 3. Looks challenging. There's some irregular waves, large waves, and then disappears around the corner. So hopefully I can run it. Either way, it's going to be terrifying, but I'm going to take a big trek down there tomorrow and look what's around that corner. And if it's nothing serious, I might try running it. But if it's a challenging rapid and then a waterfall around the corner, you dump in that upriver rapid, I mean, your canoe's going to be smashed into smithereens. So I'm happy to line it or portage it if I have to. Anyways, I'm gonna let this sweater dry out a bit more by the fire. Today was day 3, so looking forward to seeing what tomorrow has to hold. It's a beautiful day. Using my cold steel Hudson Bay axe, traditional axe head style. It was sold by the Hudson Bay Company in the fur trade era, used by the voyageurs. Well, today's stacking up like it's going to be an interesting one. I start off with a raging class 3 that I'm going to have to spend some time scouting because it just disappears thundering around a blind corner.
No rapid marked on the map there. Then in about 3 kilometers from there, I'm going to be hitting 4 marked rapids back to back to back. I think one of them needs to be portaged. Apparently it's just a short, like 50, 60 meter portage, so I'm guessing it's just like a quick drop, like a class 4, class 5 waterfall basically. And then after that, I don't really know. I'm just gonna take it as it comes, but I'm hoping I can get through this unscathed. I'm feeling more confident about running this rapid today. You know, it's a nice day out, I'm well rested, had a good feed, as opposed to late, cold at night, nowhere to camp yet, so. Well, I'm going down to scout out this rapid again. I walked down and looked at it yesterday, which promptly made me firm up on the decision to camp here above it. What concerned me is what's around the corner. So I'm going to trek down a ways further and see what I can see. If there's a waterfall there, for example, I wouldn't want to run this one. And I'm going to see maybe I can line it, which is where you walk on shore holding your canoe at the end of a long rope. It's actually pretty challenging, but doable on a lot of occasions and beats the hell out of a portage. Well, it kind of looks like I might be able to semi-cheat it and just stay right the whole way, get right past this. There's some rocks there I might hit, so I want to be kind of left of that little rock there, and then just kind of stay right through here and bomb over that wave. That's a bit of a curling wave. I don't want to hit it too much on the side. It's on my off side, because I'll be paddling right, so that could make me flip like that. So I want to hit that straight on. I don't know if I'll have time to miss it completely, but either way I might have to do kind of a cross draw brace when I hit it. And then after that, I can probably just run that wave train and eddy out on the right there without swamping. There's some rocks there and maybe a ledge. And then, I don't know, there's some squirrely stuff down behind there too. So I better walk down and have a look. And then I don't know what the heck's around this corner either. An animal bone just jammed between the rocks here, I found as I'm scouting. Maybe something came to the river. Maybe that's a bad omen. Anyways, this rapid just keeps going, but it's a class 2. And then it kind of peters out and go into a swift and goes around another corner. The eddy I thought I could catch on the right here. There's some rocks in front of it, so I was hoping if I filled up I can get over there. But yeah, this is a swamping hazard, this rapid, man. And I have a heavy load. I'm not 100% familiar with how well it's going to keep the water out, but I think we should be okay. Here's the end of the portage trail, so I think some people do carry, but it would go right up to there and then down. Okay, so here's my line. I'm gonna come down here like this. I don't know, maybe I could hit it here. Maybe that's like a pillow, but there's a lot of boils there. Down here, that's a curling wave. If you hit that curling wave, it'll point your bow to the right and then dump you facing upriver. In order to avoid this, which is going to put me left, and in order to get far enough right to miss that, I might just carry my stuff to here and put in here. It's not even in the boat anymore, and it's like not even 50 meters, so yeah, I think that's the smart thing to do. I'm pretty sure 8 times out of 10 I could hit that, no problem, but there's some weird currents in there, and a dump right at the top of the rapid would be bad. And just down on that curling standing wave is high enough. I'd literally have a very long swim with pinning boulders and everything. It would be like 200 meter, 300 meter swim, and I do not want to do that. So yeah, I'm gonna come and put in here and just play it smart. And then go out this way and around and down. I can just feel that gut-wrenching fear in my stomach when I'm planning a line, and I'm thinking, yeah, this probably should happen. You know, I want a line where I know pretty much, you know, it's impossible to know every time, but I want to run a line where I know what's going to happen if I hit that line. I don't want to be doing any reactionary braces for the most part out here. So I'm going to just portage my gear down this gravel bar, put in at that eddy, and run this bad boy. Goal 0 is sucking up the rays here. Starting to get worried, but I managed to get a couple batteries charged last night. I got the solar generator, basically a batter that the panels are charging, is in here.
Well, I'm sorry to say it, but we have another setback here. Damn it. Yeah, basically yesterday when I went to get wood, I cut down a standing dead and I just nicked my Drysuit with my saw. And I felt it at the time, but I looked, I didn't see anything, I didn't think much of it. And just this morning when I'm putting my Drysuit on, there's a cut right through about an inch long, which is significant. A lot of water can pour into there. And when there's a hole and a lot of water's getting in while you're swimming, it prevents it from sucking tight to your body and it can make it harder to swim. And basically it just doesn't work. So I'm having to patch it. So I'm basically putting some of the Aquaseal waterproof goo on the back of the duct tape, sticking the duct tape to it, and then putting another piece down and then gluing all the corners and the edges that are likely to peel up and gluing those down with the super glue. I probably should be leaving it for several hours. I don't have that kind of time, so I'm just gonna have to risk it. Fingers crossed this works and I don't fill up with water, because that water is hypothermic cold, let me tell you. Good news is that the sweater I accidentally soaked yesterday is dry. As soon as you wet something like a sweater, it's a good idea to get it dry as soon as you can. I just dried it out beside the fire last night, and then this morning beside the fire, and now just the sun is putting on the final touches. As I was walking back from a portage, beautiful caribou was right in front of my campsite, and it saw me in panic and swam back across the river, and I rushed to go get my camera, but by the time I got it out, I had to run to my camera, and that just spooked it more. And it booked, and I didn't get a shot of it, but pretty awesome. I just looked up and there's a freaking caribou right in front of me. Awesome. And I saw the antler here, and there's probably some caribou trails here, so beautiful. Missed that huge sketchy curling wave. If I had hit that, I might have dumped. That rapid scared the of me, and honestly, because I did the portage, I was able to line it up perfectly, even though spot to hit it upriver probably was okay. It was a little sketchy and it wouldn't have brought me so far right, so I would have been challenged to avoid that that curling wave and that first huge standing wave, and they're big waves. Saw a caribou this morning, but I didn't have a camera on me. I was just coming back for another load on the portage. Got some braided river here, some small channels, some sweepers, and a pushy class 1. And we have those marked rapids coming up still. I think at least one is going to be a portage.
thing that kind of little last minute panic you don't have when you scout. Probably would have been fine, but
well, if you remember, I said that I saw a bone while scouting the rapid stuck between two rocks. Well, I just pulled over on a gravel bar because look what I found. Cool. I think we're approaching the first of the marked rapids. Rapids are here. Yeah, these braids change all the time, so the map is pretty much, you know, fairly useless. I mean, it'll tell you if you're in a braided section. Well, it looks like what I expected is pushy current and rapids right up to the marked rapid, which I'm guessing is going to be more significant. Like some boulder dodging here, but I think I'm just gonna go for it. Looks like a class 2 wave train. If you were hypothermatic, this huge dry wood pile is something you could fire, and that'll warm you up. That's an old trick. Well, it looks like I was right to pull over and scout this. We got another class 3. I can't really see around the corner either, so maybe I can wade through the water and get a look, but from here it looks pretty runnable, and I think there's another one following it, so this is definitely one of the marked rapids, so fingers crossed I could run it. The other concern is that, like, I can run it, but it's a little iffy, and then right after it is a mandatory portage, so if you dump, you and or your canoe will go over the class 5, so I'm hoping that's not the case, but we'll see. I'm gonna take a closer look. Well, this actually looks pretty straightforward. There's some big, scary stuff in there, but there's plenty of room, more or less, to avoid it and shift back and forth across the side of the river. I'd have to come in right, get left, get back right, and then hit the middle. But the thing is, it rages around the corner, which means, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to walk way down there and scout that blind corner because the map shows back-to-back rapids, and I believe the second one might be more intense. So if by chance there's a, you know, a class 4 right around the corner, or a class 5 or a waterfall that I can't run, I might have to portage all of this, which would suck. But you see how the river disappears. That's pretty dangerous. You don't want to just head off into this without knowing what's around the corner. Some gnarly looking rocks there. That's what a portage trail looks like here. But it is evidence that this river was traveled by indigenous people. I don't know if they would have taken it on at these water levels. Oh, well, unfortunately, it looks like a portage. Bummer. If the water is just a little lower, it would be totally doable, but it's just that one big part where it pours over, and then just the irregularity of the waves and the crazy boiling current, curling waves coming back both and forth, irregularly popping up here and there, and then plus all this past it, and the current doesn't slow, and then there's another class 3 around the corner. So this is class 3, then class 2, then class 3 non-stop. So I can't take a risk at running that when I'm out here alone. and swimming all of this. It's just too dangerous. So I'm gonna have to portage it. Might as well get it over with. So what I'll do is I'll portage you here, and then I'll walk to the end of the point and look at what part of the rapid I can't see. And if it's good, I'll run this rapid here. If not, I'll portage over the point and put it over there. So that's what I should do. So I better get going, no time like the present.
Well, you can see here that although the water level's high, it's definitely not in flood. In flood conditions, it would be washing through here, and this would not be a safe place to be. Here's the main reason we're portaging this.
Anyways, I think I'm gonna get my boat and paddle it or wade it
Up to here, so I can start carrying from here.
I'm starting to get concerned. I keep saying, okay, today I'm gonna make time, and I don't. Okay, well, I'll make time tomorrow, and then the next day comes, and portaging endlessly or scouting endlessly. You know, it looks like maybe it's not gonna be today that I make time. Maybe I can just push way into the evening again. I don't know, but I'm getting further and further behind here, unfortunately.
And these are caribou prints. Well, I started wading it and realized that it would probably be better to line it because it gets pretty deep and swift. I can't really paddle down there because it's just too shallow, and then there's no eddy before the rapid, so I'd just be either bottoming out on rocks, getting stuck, or I'd be getting just swept down the rapid. A lot easier than portaging. Long gone for the Yukon, those northern lights I want to see. I'm long gone for the Yukon, boy, as the Yukon is calling for me. Okay, first trip. Well, pretty much almost there. Last 50 meters, no brakes. Not bad for double packing. Wow, just a willow. Whoa, holy nightmare. Oh my god. Oh, I thought it was home free. It's an enormous gully here. There's that point there. I don't know what's around the bend. It's a marked rapid, so it could be something pretty gnarly. But this current is just screaming through there. Should be a pretty fun run if I don't dump. I imagine that prospectors would have come up here poling and wading upriver. Probably would have waited till the river was lower. And you know, most people headed to the Klondike down from Dawson, but people have been prospecting all over the place since you know, 1898 was the Klondike Stampede. You know, there still was no float planes, no access to the Yukon, so the rivers were the highways, and a lot of people showed up on the Klondike and everything was staked, and so some went up the Stewart and some went different ways. And then people searched around for the mother lode for many years thereafter and still are doing it. Yeah, so that could have added to these portage trails, which at least help keep them intact. But I've seen portage trails that literally have had maybe 5 people walk on them since 1948, and you can still see them. And the Bonnet Plume this river was named after specifically was a chief who is completely legendary in the Yukon. So I imagine he probably traveled parts of it, if not the lower stretches, and came up as well. So just interesting because every trail has a story. And just thinking about the trails and who walked on them before you were here in times past is just a very connecting and interesting feeling, as are the beautiful expanses of wilderness that surround us. And there
is a clear water for me to take. Awesome. I drank a little, but just in case, I have this squeeze filter here. It's a Canoeist squeeze filter top and a Hydro Flask bottle, which is way more heavy duty than the Canoeist bottle. So you can drink straight out of this and squeeze into your mouth, but then you don't just get to chug that wonderful water. Or you can do this. Hopefully that's it, but either way there's a raging, fastly moving, irregular waved class 3 right in front of me, which potentially I might dump on actually, or smash full speed into a boulder. And yeah, so that's enough of a challenge, but hopefully I don't have to continue portaging. I can run this, but I got to check and see what's around that corner. Here's the part that I couldn't see. Some boils and whirlpools. They can be tricky. Holy f***. Another intense rapid down there. I scouted around this blind corner at the end of this big point, and there's nothing really here. Some tricky boils and whirlpools, but nothing I can't manage. However, just downriver from them are a bunch of pinning boulders where if I did dump in this rapid up here, there's a good chance my canoe gets wrapped around a boulder and smashed and potentially irretrievably held on there. After this is just continuous class 1-2 rapids that lead right up to another blind corner and what looks like a raging rapid, probably the next marked rapid on the topographic map. And from here it already looks like it might need to be a portage too, which is nuts. So this day is turning out to be pretty interesting and hair raising, but anyways, take it a step at a time. I think I'm gonna go back, jump in my canoe and run this rapid as carefully as possible though. Here we go. Pretty freaking intense class 3 coming up here, and then pushy class 1-2, and then right into the next rapid. Boils, I'm telling you, the boiling current, it'll get you. Doesn't even look like much. Holy, this one looks raging too. Anyways, that was definitely a class 3 because of all that current. I gotta go scout this out. The portage trail I put in at actually just continues and bypasses all of this because we have another big class 3 here. The crazy part of the other one was the boiling eddy and all the swirling, churning, crazy currents
mixed with irregular kind of side waves. This one's a little more straightforward, like the waves aren't curling, and I don't see that. That's what really messed with me, and it can be deceiving how crazy those boiling eddies and currents are. You get in them, they start pushing up, and you don't know whether you're going up or down, and you just get completely freaking lose complete control. I mean, I felt like I came close to tipping when I accidentally eddied out. Like, I just stay away from that boiling eddy. I shouldn't have gone close to it. Anyways, I mean, this is manageable. Just big waves. That's a class 3. The other one was, oh no, a horrible boiling class 4 right at the base of this beautiful runnable rapid. How depressing. Honestly, this is just high water. If this was lower water, I'd just run this no problem. Just not even that much lower, but right now it's just crazy. Well, I came to have a look at it. Doesn't look so bad, but I'd have to run perfectly along that line. If I got into this here or that there, look at the boiling eddy here, that would be all kinds of trouble. Crazy boils here. I found a cheat route down the left, which is a boulder dodge, and I can miss those big, unfortunately, what would be heck of fun class 3 standing waves to hit. But the issue is at the end, there's one thin line with irregular waves and crazy boiling eddies on either side, and there's one thin tongue going through. If I hit those eddies, I'm gonna spin 180 without expecting it, like what happened to me back on the last rapid, and then I'll be in the eddy like this. It's a dangerous place to dump. Fortunately, there's no pinning boulders after that. There's no waterfall. There's actually a semi-calm spot, the calmest spot I've seen on the river all day. And I think if I did dump, I would probably have time to get my boat over, but there is another rapid downriver. So I'm hoping once I'm down past the next rapid that I'll be done for the day, but I'm worried it might be a portage too. At these water levels, like, I've probably already been pushing it a little more than I should have anyways. I'm getting kind of sick of just being scared shitless all the time. Well, I'm gonna pick my way along the shore here, trying to take it slow. Baby, this is where gets real. Did it nice and slow. Didn't see that. Well, this is the last hurrah of this raging whitewater torrent where the rapids are marked on the Canadian topographic maps. Looks like just a ledge I'll be able to run. And right at the end, to cap it all off, I see a smashed in half canoe. Didn't work out too well for someone. Class 2 coming up, slows down a bit from what I can see, and then there's a corner, so we might have another one after that. It's all just like technical. Ooh, this looks actually pretty exciting. Always looks more intense coming into it than scouting. Serious drop here. Holy sh**. think I'm officially past those crazy rapids. Maybe now I can get ahead of schedule. It's gonna be a couple long days to do that, but I need to. Now every corner I see, I think it's gonna be like a class 10. Definitely was able to paddle a lot more, like a lot of people seem to portage that whole thing. When you see a smashed in half canoe at the bottom, you start to realize why. Surprise, surprise, another rapid. Who would have thought? Couldn't hit it left, it's just ledges and boulders. That's why I had to cut across that current and eddy out. Yeah, you'll see on my left this crazy boulder. Once in a while you'll start looking at the mountains, you'll look up there and there'll be a ledge on river left or boulders on river right, and you'll have to get over to one side, and just brief moments of terror. We got another powerful rapid here, and I barely made it to shore. It's one that needs to be scouted. It seems to be very faintly marked on my map, so I put rapid ? Well, I guess the answer is there's a rapid here, so I'm gonna hop out again. Maybe after this I'll be past the rapids for the day. I might just camp on this gravel bar. It's probably getting pretty late, so. I've hardly made it anywhere today. Just a little debacle having to patch my Drysuit this morning and waiting a while for it to dry. Ended up kind of portaging this morning too. Then ran the rapids and got into this crazy canyon. Took a while to portage, and the way I just have to fit my gear and load it all in and out of the boat takes a long time too. And the portage wasn't particularly short either, so that took time. And then just all the scouting because of all the rapids, and yeah, basically I've made it nowhere today. I was hoping to like bang off 40 clicks today. I think I've made like 10 clicks, but I'm gonna try not to worry too much. I think I've put the bulk of the like crazy rapids behind me. I've definitely put what I think I've put all the portages behind me. I don't know if I'll have to portage again on this river. This rapid here looks manageable for tomorrow morning, so that's good news. So maybe finally I will be able to make time. But anyways, this is a sick campsite. I noticed a little fire ring up there. Nice little place to put a tent too, so pretty stoked on this campsite. Not a bad view from this campsite. Enough carrying of those bags for one day, for crying out loud. Lots of wood kicking around. Looking pretty good. A fire ring there. First signs of other people. Solar panel. It's been a struggle, but I almost got the battery recharged now that we've actually had some sun today and a decent amount yesterday. Got a couple batteries charged with it off of yesterday's charge, and today I bet you she's going to be full, so I won't have to leave it out tomorrow. Gold Zero Yeti 500. What should I call the gun? How about Slick Penelope? I don't know, it just popped in my head. Grizzly bear meets Slick Penelope. Surprisingly, my Drysuit patch lasted today. I even had it submerged for a bit, no water got in, so that's something to celebrate. Oh. Well, today was pretty fun.
Actually, no, it wasn't. It was horrible. I mean, it was bad in that I didn't make it as far as I wanted to, and that I had to portage some stuff I thought I'd be able to run, but overall, beautiful country. Saw caribou this morning, and beautiful day. So what more can you ask for? Guess I could have caught a fish. The fishing's really died off. I tried an eddy yesterday. I saw a grayling jumping and swimming around in it. Took several casts, didn't hook into it, and then tributaries have been too slow moving, not really enough to create a nice eddy for fishing, so I can't expect it to be like it was back at Bonnet Plume Lake, where it's just load in central, you know? Loving this new MSR tent. I fly starship across the universe divide, and when I reach the other side, I'll find a place to rest my spirit if I can. Done! In the bag. Just putting together a tripod. I'll show you why in a minute, but I'm gonna put on some Muscal lotion. This is 30% deep. And this will just keep the mosquitoes off my face while I'm trying to work. Just using my Cold Steel Outdoorsman rig a little pot hanging device. Just made that little groove. Chopped that with the knife. Pot will hang on there with that over the fire. The kind of stew I'm going to make is a Rubaroo. It's the traditional kind of stew that the voyageurs used to make, courrier de bois. So I have some homemade pemmican, some split peas, a little bit of basically water, canned corn. I'm going to use maybe some bacon and some beef jerky, rehydrate that. We're going to have light for a while, but look like the sun's up for a bit. Oh, so it's nice and warm. I just can't even tell you how freaking beautiful it is here, man. The air smells incredible, like this campsite. Maybe I should have pushed on today, I don't know. Probably could have made it a ways further, but then I would have just like pulled up to camp, ate a granola bar, and like crawled into bed. So hopefully I can make some better time moving forward, but anyways, gotta go cut some wood. We've also got bacon and beef jerky as well in there. Ripped up about a half a pack of ready crisp bacon. Solar generator has a full charge, baby. Look at that. This is the Goal Zero Yeti 500X. I think I made too much. Well, that is a Rubaroo. Really taste the pemmican, even the blueberries in the pemmican, and the jerky I used was hot and sweet flavored, so you can taste that spicy heat in here. But look at that, so rich.
Not a cloud in the sky. Water looks like it's come down a little bit. Just to give you an idea of how cold it gets at night. Thick layer of frost on my gun case and camera case this morning. It is about 7 a.m. Set the alarm for 6:30, but didn't get to bed till like late. It's still bright out, no cloud cover. Absolutely not a cloud in the sky. Oh, I see a little wisp way off in the distance. Beautiful day. The water's gone down a smidge. I see a rock sticking up that wasn't there yesterday, and this rapid doesn't seem quite as bad. So, you know, maybe that's okay. Morning routine, I'm gonna get some food going. I gotta get a fire started because my stove's broken. Yeah, get my oatmeal going, get some coffees going, and get loaded up and hit the river. Well, we have all this new age gear and just a good old cooking tripod. Still works better than anything. When it comes to just something simple like a tripod, I don't think newer materials are really going to make anything better, and this is just something you can grab and whip up from the bush. I just made this out of driftwood I found lying around here, so really good system is to just make a tripod for cooking over the fire. Beats a grill for sure because you can raise and lower the pot to monitor the heat. Jeez, I want a coffee so bad I could shotgun one. Well, only I'm about a half coffee today because like an idiot I somehow kicked over my press and dumped it everywhere. This is day 5, so I'm getting towards the halfway point of my trip. Man, it's just flying by. Probably because of the intense fear around every corner. Turned out to be an awesome campsite last night. Whipped up a stew over the fire, which was quite hearty, and I fed myself until I was absolutely stuffed. That was kind of fun. And then, yeah, throughout the day, yesterday was just sort of one whitewater terror after another, but ran some really fun rapids, never for sure knowing what might be around the next corner. Made it through a canyon where there's a number of back-to-back marked rapids. Ran some, had to portage a few, and then found kind of a sneak route past some big standing waves and hit a tongue perfectly, and then bombed over a ledge where I saw a smashed in half canoe on the bank from someone who wasn't so lucky. So I felt good to get through that unscathed because the current's so strong in there. If you dump anywhere, your canoe just washes through everything and likely comes in contact with multiple boulders. I'm thinking that's probably the last of the intense consecutive whitewater of that level of, you know, up to class 4, and also of course the day before I portaged to class 5 too. Now we have this rapid to deal with first thing. Who knows what's around the corner, but looks like it could be pretty tricky. Hoping that finally I can make some time today. Fingers crossed. You know, I want to do some fly fishing. I want to do some gold panning, but that might have to wait. Anyway, so yeah, basically coffee, finish packing up, and head out is the plan now. Looking forward to seeing what the day has in store. Just to give you an idea of how powerful this thing is, I'm charging
a large camcorder battery and a battery for my mirrorless camera. The output is 6% and the input is 40%. So even though I have batteries plugged into it, it's still charging a good amount. So kind of two birds with one stone. A few interesting rocks around here. You can see this one has a hole right through it.
I don't think that was done by people. It just somehow naturally occurred, maybe when this was part of a bigger rock, but I mean, that would come in real handy if you were trying to, like, you know, back in the day, if you needed to wait for a gill net or something. And then there's this one too, these grooves in it, almost like finger holes.
I left them here by the fire ring for the next people to have a look at. So that patch is holding up pretty well. I imagine the flexible adhesive, the aqua seal I used, is hardened up now. And there's a patch on the inside too, so that's making me feel pretty good.
Okay, so boat's all loaded up. I decided to put the solar panel up so I could bring it back out to full charge. Maybe if I have to portage today, I'll tuck it away, but makes me feel warm and snuggly to have a full charge there. And here we go. First task of the day. Run this rapid. Here. I can't really scout it. It looks like a class 2, but there might be some serious boulder dodging happening. Here we go. Well, the river seems to have changed in character a little bit. The bends are a little bit wider. The whole river's wider, and it's not just like super rushing current, super pushy with a rapid around every corner anymore. It actually sort of seems to have mellowed out a little bit. So maybe I'll actually be able to make up for all that lost time in the end. Who knows? I just pulled over to check out my maps, and I might even pull my Drysuit off, at least the top. Sometimes I just wear no top on and just do up the arms around my waist and then put it on when I get to a rapid. But this whole river's been a rapid pretty much. But yeah, just gonna flip the maps over.
Oh man, more intense rapids today. Holy smokes, but not for a little ways. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 in a canyon too. Who knows, that might be a portage up here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. About 38 kilometers to the next set of back-to-back marked rapids. My guess is there's going to be some pretty interesting stuff in there to deal with. Heading into a major braided section. Glad I left my Drysuit on. Getting a strong headwind too, which is not ideal on a day that I'm trying to make distance. I'm just pulled over. I missed it because clearly I didn't know where I was on the map, because this rushing tributary is coming in on the right hand side with clear water, and I had to pull over way down there. Biggest tributary I've seen in a long time. I don't know what it is. It's not named on the map anyway. So, and I hiked up to just see if there's an eddy, hoping maybe I could catch a couple fish, but it doesn't look like there's much of a deep eddy here where the tributary comes in. Definitely clear water, so clear water is key for fishing as opposed to the turbid kind of milky water. It looks like it's worth a couple casts anyway. So well, I tried pitching in that little eddy there, but that's just a braided channel from the Bonnet Plume that's kind of murky. So clear here, but what if this area here was nice and deep, that would be perfect, but it's shallow and the current's screaming through. Anyways, you never know till you try. I'll hit the next one, but yeah, not really a spot here that would hold fish, so just gonna trek back to the boat and keep on going down river. Well, I'm gonna name this Flop Creek because the fishing was a flop. What it does mean is I'm making some seriously good time. No, sorry, I know what's going on. Okay, so that's called Coz Creek, C-O-Z. I flipped my map over and I was on the wrong river. I thought that I'd marked the Coz Creek as if it was the Bonnet Plume. All right, that makes so much more sense. Still ice on the side of the river here in late July. Crazy. This looks like something kind of good here, potentially. Looks like this braid here is mostly that clear water, and we got another rapid down here, another eddy that is. Not much of an eddy, but it's something. Better than the last one. Problem is there's no water really held up here. Nothing. Well, after Coz Creek, the river's volume has increased. It's leveled out. It looks like a totally different river. It feels more open. It feels like the kind of northern rivers that I've paddled more so in the past. Yeah, look at that.
there's dinner. I just eddied out where there's a big side braid of Cause Creek that enters the Bonnet Plume, and a nice looking eddy, and first cast caught a grayling. Oh no! Oh god! I just got washed away. First cast I got one. There's obviously a ton in that eddy. Well, I'm not gonna walk back up. Man, what a dumb mistake that was. I bet you it was pretty good in there. First cast to catch one like that. And then probably, who knows, there might have been some whitefish or something in there. And the current is just ripping strong, so I just don't have a chance of getting back except for scaling the side of this freaking bluff here. No, I'm snagged. Son of a bitch. Oh, yeah, that's a dink though. I don't think I'm gonna keep that. Oh, there's one. Feels better. There we go. Nothing the same size as the ones upriver. That's two little keepers. That's pretty sweet. I'm gonna be having a nice little fish dinner tonight, eh? All right, well, this isn't exactly world-class fishing hole here, so I think I'm gonna move on. But I got a good amount of fish to eat with the side, so that's pretty sweet. Another tributary. Looks like a honey hole here. Almost missed it too, because it's hard to distinguish it between just another braid entering back into the main channel. But I want to take a couple of casty poos. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about here. Lots of animal prints around here too. Well, at first glance it looked like an awesome fishing hole, but when I got up there, there wasn't really a calm part in the middle. It was all sort of boiling and churning, and the fish kind of like a spot where, in an eddy where there is no current, where they can hang out and wait for food to drift by in the current. So it wasn't as good as I thought. Didn't even get a bite. This tributary is braided, but comes in from the mountains there. I'm sure in the spring it's quite impressive. Like a wolf swam across the river and got out at the same spot as me. Look at the size of that. On a warm summer's evening, on a train bound to nowhere, met up with a gambler. We were both too tired to sleep, so we continued staring out the window in the darkness. The boredom overtook us and he began to see. He said, son, I lived a life out of reading people's faces, knowing what the cards were by the way they held their eyes. And if you don't mind me saying, I can see you're out of aces. For a taste of your whiskey, I'll give you some advice. So I handed him my bottle, and he drank down my last swallow. Then he bummed a cigarette and asked me for a light, and the night got deathly quiet.
His face lost all expression, said, "Gonna play the game, boy. You gotta learn to play it right. You gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done." Well, just cruising along, enjoying the scenery, good current, whipping through a braided river. Got a couple of fish in the boat, and epic mountains all around. A couple approaching rapids, but I'd say that I'm making decent time today, which is exactly what I needed to do, so that's great. Another tank grayling, this little honey hole. Look at how beautiful. Wow. Gorgeous fish. Yeah, tank grayling. Wow, what a gorgeous spot. I just passed a tributary pouring into the Bonnet Plume almost directly across the river from where I just caught all those grayling, and it looked like a way better spot. There's just a huge deep pool of just crystal clear water right at it, so I can tell, you know, the river widens here. I can just tell why there's so many fish here, because they have that eddy in this one just to hang out here and feed and get fat. I'm sure they move up and down the river a lot, but this is an area that can support a lot of fish for sure, and some big ones too. I caught all big ones in that spot, so super exciting. So yeah, I kept two smaller ones. I probably should have kept another one, but I didn't, because I didn't want too much fish, and I'll eat some of my pasta or something tonight if it's not enough. I've been making good time. I don't know if I've been making the kind of time I need to be, because I have been stopping to fish a lot, but I just can't pass up these spots. So anyways, gorgeous day, and just making my way here downriver. A little swift after a little swift, much less terrifying still than upriver, but we're approaching some what are likely pretty serious rapids that are marked on my topographic map here. So I'm bracing for a bit of a rodeo and or a long portage. Keeping my eyes peeled for Dalls sheep up on the mountainsides here when we get close. I bet you I've passed a few that I just couldn't spot.
contour line crossing the river here, and as soon as just right where that line's marked on my map, the pace of the current picks up. Might not be such easy sailing with all these tight bends through these braids, but we'll see. I might have to peel over and just put my Drysuit back on, but I think it should be okay. Just making it closer and closer to those rapids, getting quite late in the evening, but I gotta make it at least there so I can have done 40K today, so I'm gonna keep pushing. Some Whitewater. That's what this trip's about, staying alive. About a 200-meter class 1 rapid there out of nowhere. She has definitely picked up. Look at this, just wild wilderness mountains all around. Perfect evening. Clean, pure, unaltered river in a state of true wilderness. This is traditional territory, the Nacho-Nyack-Dun First Nation. We're mostly in Mayo, live in Mayo right now, but their efforts to protect the peel, it was going to be opened up to mining operations, and a 15-year battle that went all the way to the Supreme Court ensued, and they basically won protection for large swaths of this watershed. Holy Christ! No shortage of the Whitewater on this trip. Well, I believe I'm at the marked rapid. It goes around a blind corner, and I was cruising along and I like saw it and panicked and like paddle over to shore as quickly as possible and just sort of beach myself because there's no eddy. I'm gonna go scout it out though. Hopefully it's runnable, because there's not really a good place to camp right around here at all. Looks like there might be a place to camp after all. Littered with wolf prints. Looks like people do camp here though. And there's a portage trail too, leading right up this way. Usually when there's a portage trail, that means that it's a pretty serious rapido. But I'm gonna go scout it out. It looks like it might be a class 4. Not looking good. So if you went into this hole here, you could get really, really hurt. And this here is a hole. If you went into that, you just get trapped in swamp and you wouldn't be able to swim out. It's a keeper. See how that aerated water is boiling back on itself? There's this enormous hole. The only way down the whole thing is here, except bam, there's a huge rock here, so there's no route down. The only route, you'd have to crash into this boulder. My boat's not maneuverable enough to spin left and catch this little part, and even so, it's really rocky. And then it continues downriver with all craziness. So maybe I can portage to right here and then run the rest. I don't know. I'm gonna go look though. This is all doable. Doesn't look so bad from here, but it is. Looks like I'm starting the day out with a big portage tomorrow. That's
completely unrunnable. The river pinches through a gap that's 4 meters thick, and there's a small waterfall, and it's just like a raging, frothing hole that, you know, would only be runnable in a large inflatable raft. So kind of a bummer, but it is what it is. So means I'm probably going to stay put today, and I guess finish figuring out what I'm going to do tomorrow. I might have to keep portaging after this if it doesn't get any better, but made some good time today, but this is going to slow things down again. Yeah, so that's like that's a class 5, not something that I can run. You know, if the water was lower, it might be runnable. Like if this was at home with an empty boat, you know, on my home river, I'd give it a shot for sure, where dumping's not the end of the world. But out here and then losing your boat downriver with swift current through a canyon, not a smart idea.
But that is definitely something you shouldn't be running when you're out here.
Well, I think the wise thing to do would be call it quits for the day, head back to the canoe, and just camp at the head of this and start this portage first thing in the morning.
Quarter to 9. I did, geez, over 40K today. You know, I probably could have stopped less and paddled harder. Either way, it would have probably been tough to do the 40 and this portage. Yeah, pretty good day all in all. Got on some great fish. Like, it was looking pretty bad at first, a couple small ones, not really any good looking fishing holes, and then I got into a great area and just slammed a bunch of like really nice sized grayling, which was super exciting, and just epic scenery, good rapids. There was a stretch where it wasn't so scary, and then the river dropped and started picking up again, and you know, little class 1s and 2s around the corners, and then all of a sudden, boom, this class 5 canyon. That's going to be first thing tomorrow. I think, maybe, pretty sure that after this will be the last portage of the trip. I'm almost positive. And then maybe I can make some time. You know, for example, if I got away from camp an hour earlier, if this rapid wasn't here, I could have easily banged off another 10, 20K. It doesn't get dark till like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning here. So yeah, so anyways, I'm gonna throw these boots on and get a fire going. Oh, wait a minute, I'm gonna get my tent set up first. Shelter, fire, water, food. Shelter comes before fire. So there's a little beach over there, but it's not really flat, and I'm not a huge fan of camping in sand. Keep looking up here for sheep, Dalls sheep. They're mountain sheep with one of the species of mountain sheep that has the big curl horns, like stone sheep and bighorns. But here they're called Dalls sheep, and they're all white. And this is a place where you might see some. Chicken curry. Dehydrated. We have this with the fish. Oh man, is that all the fish I'ma get, motherfucker? about done. Oh, perfect. A meal fit for a king. Got another pod on there. Oh yeah. Best fish yet. Thank you, Tori. My wife Tori made this for me. It really gets in the pot. What epic freaking river. The Yukon. Just what dreams are made of and more, guys. If you haven't been to the Yukon yet, if you haven't been to the north yet, just come once and it'll get into your blood. That's all it took for me, and it just has been my life's work. Man, just this spot, just being kind of closed in by these mountains. Last few days the rain hasn't really lasted. It's just like rained a bit then stopped and rained a bit then stopped. So I'm hoping that'll be the case, although it kind of looks like a steady sort of rain day. Apple cinnamon today. We're almost out of peaches and cream. Oh man, it's like a bad dream, but fortunately, just to give me some apple cinnamon. It's still pretty good in my tummy. Yum yum. About to eat some breakfast. Then I'm gonna get just a little bit reckless. Starting the day off with portage, not as long as the other ones, probably about 450 meters or so, but it's super rugged. Like I have to go over loose boulders and then tricky maneuvering more or less to scale, kind of like to bypass some cliffs, and a slip and fall could be severely injury-some. But once I get past this, I have another set of rapids right after it. These are marked on the Canadian 1 to 50 topographic map. There's another set and then another set. So I might have to portage this, load the boat, paddle a bit, eddy out, unload, portage, load the boat, paddle a bit, and I'm talking about like a couple hundred meters in between rapids. I'm hoping like at least one of the next ones is runnable, but I might be portaging 2 or 3 times, 3 times max today. But if I can get past this, I have, you know, many kilometers of like river that doesn't have any obstructions on it. You know, just kind of like be on your toes, some class 1s, class 2s, fast current, but nothing that will smash my canoe into smithereens and kill me. So yeah, I'm hoping I can get past this and then start making some good time again. But yeah, this is going to slow things down. I don't think this would really be runnable at any water level. Maybe the upper portion, and then you can kind of run that and then eddy out before the like crazy waterfall thing. But yeah, I'm just gonna eat breakfast. The portage trail starts right here. That's convenient, and like just start carrying basically, and try to bang this off as quickly as possible. Yep. Just gonna be a rainy one today. I might as well put my Drysuit bottoms on for the portage. Other than that, it's rain pants. Definitely not looking forward to doing this portage, but I am looking forward to getting it over with. I trapped a little mouse in my canoe when I flipped it over. It's trying to bite me. A mouse bites. Oh, look. Man, that thing bites hard.
Oh man, it's putting up a fight, this little feisty little guy. I got some respect for this little dude. Might as well have been a panther that bit me. I feel like he chewed through my airbag in my canoe because I see it deflated. So this mouse might have really me, beat me up and trashed my gear. You probably thought like, wow, what a perfect little hideaway from the rain. Anyways, I guess I just grabbed some stuff from my canoe and I'm gonna start portaging my gear. Rain's pretty steady now, but not too hard. So hopefully shouldn't raise the river too much. This is gonna be a tough one. Well, I'm just plodding along, and not far after the beginning, I noticed this old trail that goes right up the hill. Unfortunately, I'm guessing that this is the trail to bypass both sets of rapids and the entire canyon, which tells me that whatever's downriver from here, I was thinking maybe I could run it, might be a waste of my time, and I'd just be able to paddle 100 meters, unload, and portage again, where I'd be better off to just portage the whole thing in one shot. It'd be faster, but I think I'm gonna risk it and just I did see a trail the way I went to, which also means that potentially the lower rapid is runnable. So I'm just gonna go with what I scouted. It could mean I could put myself in potentially a more dangerous situation because it might mean that there's not really a good place to take out before the next rapid, or it might just be a time suck because it means I have to unload my boat and all that again. So I'm just gonna go with the plan though. And of course now I don't have a trail here. I got my drone and this bag, so I don't want it to fall off. So far not so good. Holy this goes up and around too. Bullshit. I don't need to portage the entire thing. I'm just gonna cut back down to the river. But all these trails are like going right up onto the rim of the canyon. This is why it's nice to have some accurate river notes, or you know, from someone else who's done it before. And then there's no guesswork. Most of the people don't exactly remember unless they're making notes while they're here. So I'm just gonna, I guess, portage along the rocks here. These drift pile lines are from when the river's in flood. Man down! Oh, I just stepped on a rock coming through basically a drift pile and some jagged boulders and some slick rock, and thought my boots would have grip, but they just did not. Starting to think that maybe the top of the canyon route was better. It's looking like this is gonna take a lot longer than anticipated. I guess I'm gonna try to take my bags one by one over this horrific, maybe break this part up into 2 carries. A little easier going through here. And there it is, the end. Bit of a clamber to get there though. Slippery. Avoid the smooth areas of the rock. People wouldn't have come this way regardless, just because you go back long enough, all those sharp, jagged rocks being carried under heavy packs will just trash your moccasins. That's why they would have taken the soft trail. Wolf came this way too. Well, hallelujah, here we are. I am definitely going to have to, after I get my stuff here, climb up the hill and scout around the corner. Might even do that now, because if I put in here and I round that corner and there's another class 5, I'll be in big trouble, and it's a very likely thing considering the next rapid isn't marked any differently than this one. But you never know. There's not really too many consistencies on just standard topographic maps, because they're just done in the north. They're all done from aerial surveys in the 70s or 80s. So a lot can change in that period of time as well, but it's hard to decipher
you know, what you're looking at from black and white aerial photos.
Well, the good news is that from where I left my bags on my first load, a trail comes up the hill here and meets with this main trail. So that means I won't have walked too far out of my way if I have to keep portaging. But right now I'm just walking along this trail to scout the blind corner. If it's a unrunnable rapid, I want to make sure that there's a safe back eddy with a place where I can get out and portage around it. I want to scout it and figure out how to run it, or at least, you know, get an idea with what I'll be faced for on whether I should continue portaging or not. This part through here looks like no problem, but it's around that corner where I have to go look. From here, it looks like I'll be able to run the remainder of this canyon from where I put in. So fingers crossed. Still got to walk down more and check it out, but should be some fun standing waves, class 3 standing waves, a little maneuvering at the bottom, and then some tricky currents. But hopefully, I just got to go see what's around this little point here, but hopefully we can do her. Oh, woo! Looks like some big stuff down there. Basically, I just run up to class 3. If it's a class 4 or even a tricky class 3 with dangerous stuff after it, I won't run, but a lot of people will only run up to class 2s on trips like this. Yikes. Oh, maybe I could run it, I don't know. Looks crazy though. Might be able to sneak down it on the left or something. Can't see it on the GoPro, but right in there, there's some really crazy irregular waves and a huge hole and a boulder and a big boiling eddy coming back this way. Likely would dump if I went through there because you'd have to come and turn.
It would be pretty intense. I've done stuff like that before. There's a chance I could run this, but with my heavily loaded boat in such a remote area, and with the class 3 afterwards and pinning boulders downriver, this is not the place to be doing that kind of stuff. I learned my lesson after that dump on the Hess that scared the bejesus out of me.
Terrible news, guys. Terrible freaking news. I have to portage the whole canyon. This is gonna take me all freaking day. This is just crazy down here. The water's too high. There's just a line of just crazy curling waves, crazy boiling current on the left, huge boulder on the right, and just no route down without hitting some stuff that's very likely gonna dump me. And then boulders downriver, which I could pin my canoe and wrap on, plus ripping current, and then a class 3 downriver. So I'm gonna have to portage this and then run what's downriver, which looks manageable. But yeah, really news, guys. This is just gonna quadruple the length of my portage here. So yeah, gotta finish going all the way around there, over that, and probably down to that eddy over there. Well, I'm just going to detach all emotion and just get it done. But this is going to be probably the longest portage of the trip now. I have more than enough time to finish this. I got out of camp relatively early this morning, so I really don't know how much further I'm going to be able to make it today. And then there is another marked rapid just after this. It's unfortunate because if I just had lower water, like the water's just been really high. There's been flooding in the Yukon this year. It's been really high everywhere. And if I had more normal water levels, I'd likely be able to run all of this stuff. So it's too bad, but it is what it is. Yeah, like all this is manageable, but I can't run this. And then how would I get up the canyon? How would I get over to the side before that rapid? You know, there's no back eddies, and the ones that are tiny, it'd be impossible to load my boat and then scale a cliff. It's making me feel better than attempting to run that, because then I'd be just bricks and likely would dump. I know I'm doing the right thing. I got little kids at home, my little 11-month-old Hudson and my special little 4-year-old Wesley. I don't want to do anything that could endanger my life, because those two little guys need me. And just from my own perspective, I just want to make sure that I see them again and again, regardless of how they would feel. So yeah, so I just got to be smart about these things. There's my gear down there. So first order business is coming up this super steep hill. Lots of fun. Lots of fun. Well, at least I'll lose a few lbs on this trip.
That's for sure. I had a fall, another fall. Barely grabbed this upper bag before it rolled down the hill into the river. Probably shouldn't be carrying so much. Spread out the load a little, but the canoe will be easier than this because it's a tough stuff 15-foot prospector by Bushcraft. They're a lot lighter than other whitewater materials, so definitely it'll be easier than this. Anyways, getting there. Oh my god. That was horrible. Well, just on the walk back here, that's one good thing about portaging is the walk back. So you can look at it like a hike. So I'm hiking a canyon right now, and I'll get finished when I get finished. I don't want to, clearly rushing on that last carry would have just resulted in severe injury or death. So definitely don't want to rush. See, these are the things you miss when you have a 100-pound load over your shoulders, so that's why I enjoy the walk back. Back at camp, feel like I haven't been here for years. All right, ready for the next load. Well, here's why I say, hey bear, when I'm coming down the trail, because bears use the trail too. So it's good to say, hey bear, once in a while, when you're all alone out here in the grizzly bear wilderness. The river's already started to come up in volume here. I think I should be all right though, but pops into my mind, man. Don't leave your stuff close to the shore. Anyways, one more trip with the canoe. Hopefully this rain dies off before I jump back onto the river though. This is nuts. Oh my goodness, man, this is rain. I found another bypass route that like cuts off the corner because this canyon's on a bit of a half moon. It's a really old trail and it's really hard to follow in some places. I think I'm gonna give it a go. Hopefully I don't get turned around. It's just gonna be tough with the canoe over my head. It really limits the visibility. Only thing is, this trail goes up and up and up. Another whole tier higher than the other one. That kind of getting hung up in the trees. Oh, it's exhausting. Coming up a big hill. Oh, I'm so gassed. Here's the crossroads. Right, goes back down along those slippery and jagged boulders where I went on my first trip and left. Goes up and cuts off the corner on a trail that doesn't get used much. Lost the trail already. Oh. Just slid down and back from the side because it was Charlie horsing, but I can push through it. Easily a mile this portage. Easily a mile long this portage, probably more. The route I went the first time, the dangerous route, is even longer. So this sort of high road is probably a bit shorter. It's got to be a mile though. So I'd say the first route's probably like close to a mile and a half. Maybe we'll call it 2 kilometers. This is 1.6, but we're starting to come down in elevation now, so I'm getting pretty close. It was not something I expected to have to do, is portage that entire canyon. But I did it, and it feels great to get it over with. Look at all this gear I got over here now.
Well, it looks like the clouds are lifting, at least for now, so that torrential downpour has come to an end. I'm about to run what is likely the craziest rapid of the adventure. The only thing is there's no pinning boulders and no downriver rapid, so I feel a lot more confident that if I did dump and the sketchy part's only at the very end, that it wouldn't be the end of the world. It's almost impossible to scout and endless to portage too, so I'm gonna go for it. It looks like an intense class 3 at the end. I just don't know where I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna have to scout one from the boat when I get a little closer, maybe eddy out, but should be some fun standing waves. And once I'm through this, I'm past the Mark Rapids and I should be able to make some time again. But what a beautiful and challenging section of river this has been here. As much as I'm happy to be through it, I'm also sad to likely never lay eyes on this part of the world again. So I'll always remember this canyon and the horrible portage, but yet the incredible beauty of it.
Well, I got the boat loaded up and figured it'd just be easier to walk down on the side I was on to check out the next rapid. And at first look at it, I got concerned and like, oh my god, because the portage trail continues, but it looks like it's going to be a runnable class 3, a pretty long one, only a bit is class 3, and it looks like I can avoid the crazy stuff. So awesome news. I'm gonna keep going down and hopefully there's nothing more interesting around the corner. Way down there's some gnarly stuff, but as you can see by these cliffs around there and on the other side too, it's pretty much impossible to scout, but it looks like a class 3, so I'm gonna just have to take that risk. Even a class 3 is runnable, but you got to avoid the big stuff, so at least you want to be close to it and scout a route, right? I guess I can walk way the down there. This is the last Mark Rapid and then I'm home free for a while, so just one death-defying, harrowing run, and I'm through this. Look at the perspective here. That's my canoe right there. You can even see it. Well, I decided I'm just gonna go for it. If I dump, I dump. It.
Now time to jump in the boat and have a blast running rapids and be a little terrified.
Well, the weather's starting to look a little better. Nice to run rapids when it's not freezing cold. All right, first order of business is a bit of a front ferry, so I can bypass this gravel bar here without getting hung up on it. Pretty serious rapid here, not gonna lie. Yeah, back on the water. Got a pretty strong headwind. Well, around the next corner is that rapid. I couldn't scout properly, so I wussed out. I've been just avoiding everything, and I eddied out, and I'm gonna go have another look at it. Well, there it is, and it is manageable. Stay hard right. A lot of holes. Any of these little specks of white here on the way in, if I hit it left, I dump, but I can get through here. But as long as I gotta avoid these rocks and holes on the way there, if I hit any of those, I dump or swamp and then dump.
sometimes the way you have to run them is slow and it makes it look easy. It's not as dramatic as bombing it and like waves splashing everywhere, but you have more control. That's it for the marked rapids. Here as we have the canyon continues. Oh, well, it's a tight corner, so I'm gonna try to go on the outside here. It's just huge standing waves and curling waves blasting straight into a rock wall. So I'm gonna try to take it hard on the outside and eddy out and avoid all that or just back very hard right. What do we have here? A boiling eddy. I got this. Wow, this is so cool. Yeah, I was worried that current there was going to push me into the wall. A lot of hard physical work today, if you haven't noticed. This is just kind of boils here. That's why I'm not going anywhere until I get back in this current. And that wind is just keeping me in one spot. Here. But it looks like potentially something pretty serious right at the bottom of the canyon. Looks like just a class 2. What time is it? Probably like 4 in the afternoon. Pretty much took me all day. Well, I'm still gonna pull over and rig up my fly fishing rod because you know. Just out of Tributary where some clear water's pouring in, but the Bonnet Plume is a little kind of emeraldish color, sort of like an emerald gray, as you can see behind me. So I'm gonna try to match it, and I'm gonna kind of go with something bigger, because the fish, when they start to bite, they're pretty freaking aggressive, and they're just like hammering my spinners and stuff like that. So I feel like something that I can actually play more in the water as opposed to just let it drift might work pretty well. But like at the same time, a lot of the fish that I've cleaned, their stomachs have been full of insects, but also just like plant matter and just like anything. So they are just hitting stuff that's drifting past in the current, that's, you know, pouring out of those side creeks. But I'm gonna give this a shot here and take a few casts, and then I gotta make my way because I was hoping to make some distance today after the portage from hell that just about killed me. But you know, maybe I'll camp in a decent fishing spot, who knows? And you know, maybe I'll stop here and there just to stretch the legs and take a couple casty poopses. Okay, well, no such luck off the hop, but to be honest with you, this isn't really the best spot. Where I was doing really well is like literally right at the mouth where it pours out. I think that's where the more oxygenated water is, but also where they can get first picks at any insects and stuff that are washing out of that creek into the Bonnet Plume. So I think I'm gonna move on, but I got my fly rod rigged up now, and I'm hoping maybe I can catch something on it before the end of the trip. so clear. So this eddy isn't the best. The visibility isn't that great, unfortunately, because the eddy is amazing. But this creek is almost the same color it looks like as the Bonnet Plume. There's one. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Yeah! First fish on the fly. That's dinner right there. There's one. I'll just keep this guy. I got him through the eye. Okay, well, there we go. Got dinner and just picking my way down river. Don't know how much time I'm really gonna have to stop again, but that was another braid of the same creek where I first tried. That's the second braid. So the creek splits up and that all has the same source. Just gonna keep picking my way. I might push late into the evening to like 9 or something tonight to try to make some distance and then just cook those fish up quick for dinner and jump into bed and try to make it an early day tomorrow. God, that's gorgeous. I just feel like it's impossible to capture this. Just so incredible. There's no way that anything I can do can really come close to what it's actually like out here. You kind of have like 3 different kind of mountain ranges meet here. The Renko range, the Bonnet Plume range, and a range in the Mackenzie Mountains as well. So that's one of the reasons why it's kind of so epic scenery wise. God, it's so beautiful here. Well, I was thinking about camping here. This is Corn Creek, but it sucks. First of all, the water is muddy and cloudier than the Bonnet Plume, so the fishing would suck. And second of all, it's just a really low-lying gravel bar with large rocks, and yeah, it's just exposed and not a nice place to camp. But there's a wicked headwind blowing up and it's getting pretty freaking late. It's got to be probably pushing 9 o'clock right now. So I pushed on. I made it, I don't know, like 20k or more past the portage, but maybe I'll just take the mouth of the next creek and bang off another 5k. Hopefully this headwind dies off though, because it sucks. Corn Creek, you look so nice on the map, but you turned out to be the color of crap. Wow, there's all snow on the ground all through here. Well, I think I'm gonna try to find a place to camp here. Clearly it's not the warmest. Maybe on the ground right beside the creek. Well, we'll have to make this work. Weather's turning on me.
and it's after 9. Aha! Not the first to have decided to camp here. This will work. Wow, that looks ominous. Wow! Just after I got to camp, I just started getting hammered with rain and hail, but like crazy looking storm that way. Looks fine pretty much that way. And over here we have a rainbow.
Here is our campsite. It's freaking beautiful. Right at the mouth of this creek that comes out of a canyon in the mountains. And when I showed up, all kinds of horrific weather hammered me, blasting hail. There was actually some thunder and lightning, which is rare for the Yukon. And I was like, oh my God, here we go. It's a survival situation. And then all of a sudden it cleared up and it was like this. 2 seconds later, bizarre, there's a beautiful rainbow. So I'm expecting it to go to shit again. Maybe not that bad, but it seems that there's some more weather blowing in. And anyways, it's already late. It's probably like 9:30 right now. So I'm gonna just cook up those fish and get to bed as quickly as possible because I want to be up at 6 tomorrow. So I have time to do all the things I want to do here and finish on time. I'm gonna have to paddle for sure 50 kilometers tomorrow. But I also want to spend a couple hours hiking up this creek and panning for gold. I'll sleep when I get home. Too many exciting things to do out here. We'll see how I feel in the morning because today there's a lot of energy expended, we'll say, like a lot. Man, it gets really wet with sweat under my dry suit, especially when I'm portaging endlessly, and then with the rain and sweat, there's only so much your raincoat works in a torrential downpour. Good day today though. I mean, tough day with the portaging, but at this point that seems like it was a long time ago. Yeah, I'm just glad I managed to get through all that safe and sound despite the extra portaging that I had to do because of that. Knowing how to manage Whitewater enables me to get to places like this where very, very few people ever get to go and experience this kind of country and the fishing and do something that really challenges you that few people ever get to do or have the gumption even to do. Tough going on the portage though, like slippery. I fell a couple times. It was pretty sketchy. At one point I fell and the bag on my top started rolling down the hill. I knew it was going to happen. I just grabbed it, and when I looked up it would have rolled down and potentially whipped off the canyon wall into the river. So that was my tent and my clothes and everything. And then the other time I just fell on a bunch of pointy rocks and oh God, quite a thing to have accomplished in the driving rain. And then after that, got nice for a bit and I dealt with a long, challenging rapid. I couldn't really scout the end, so I ran the top part, eddied out, scaled up a really steep hill, scrambled up it basically and walked a distance and saw that it was a manageable rapid. I hit it nice and slow in control, felt good about that. And then I busted out my fly rod and the second spot I tried, boom, 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 got 3 fish, kept 2, and that was awesome. And then I put 25K behind me as well on top of all that. Anyways,
feels good to get into some dry socks. Ah, yes, what a great feeling. So yeah, hopefully the rain holds off. I'm gonna get a fire going, and if it starts to rain, I'll whip my rain pants on and maybe whip a tarp up. But really, it's super late. I just want to eat something quick and go to bed. So that's the plan. See some red sky, red clouds, so maybe that means it's gonna be a beautiful day tomorrow, fingers crossed. Got my fish cleaned up, boiled some water for some tea, and I'm just gonna let this fire burn down a bit before I start cooking my fish and go to bed. I'm just gonna have a little snack. Bring a couple of these cans of smoked mussels, and I get it all to myself.
Okay, so here we go. It is day 6 of my trip. I have about 190 kilometers left to go to Taco Bar, which is the LZ landing zone on the Peel River, and 177 kilometers left of the Bonnet Plume. So to finish the Bonnet Plume, I have about 40 clicks I have to do per day, but I'm feeling pretty good about that considering the current's strong and I don't think there's any portages in front of me. First thing this morning, I got the fire going. I got my pot on to boil. Gonna do breakfast, you know, my coffee, my oatmeal and what have you. And if I have time, I might hike up this creek a little bit. There's a really cool canyon not too far up that way, and pan for gold a little bit. Hopefully I can still bang off my 40K today. If I do that, I just got my eye on the pot. Looks a tad precarious on top of the fire right there. Okay, well, the bugs are pretty bad this morning. They're dying off a bit now, but I was literally getting swarmed, so I busted out my Thermosal EX90. I mean, this thing is pretty rugged. It's built for the toughest mosquito swarmed environments imaginable, and it just runs off this little cartridge here. So highly effective at getting rid of mosquitoes, and it just creates kind of a zone around you of bug-free wonderment. And you just press that button, it turns on, it runs off batteries, so it's got a 9-hour battery life, which is pretty good, and that little cartridge will last for 12 hours, so you just bring a little anchor battery, recharge it off that. I like the little lanyard that it hangs onto as well, so I just have that going while I'm taking down my tent and doing some camp chores.
This river, the Bonnet Plume, is rarely traveled. So there's no other groups in front of me. There's no other groups behind me. I may be one of the only people to do it this year, if not the only person potentially. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because of the portaging, but comparatively to a lot of trips I've done, it's not really all that bad. If water levels were normal, there'd potentially be very little portaging, maybe only one portage. It's literally kind of amazing to think that I have this entire wilderness to myself. Like I'm the only person out here for hundreds, if not thousands of square miles.
What a place to have a coffee. My God, I don't know which campsite's been the best. They've just all been incredible. This one's just great because it's open. It's actually, you know, you're camping right on actual dirt here. You get your pegs in easily. It's flat enough. But then yesterday was amazing. It wasn't broad open, but it was more intimate in the bush. Those mountains just came right up out of the other side of the river, and there's just cliffs and huge peaks just right in your face. The kind of place where you'd be likely to see some Dalls sheep or whatever. So, and then the one spot that was at the head of the rapid wasn't ideal. I got there late, but then I found that caribou antler and I saw a caribou there. Pretty cool. I'm really not taking it so fast today. I didn't get to bed till 1 a.m. last night, and that's the problem. Sometimes you want to push late, but then what's the point when your following day is a slow start? I was going to get up at 6, then I saw at 6:30. Well, I ended up getting up at like 7:30 and like sort of crawling out of the tent around 7:45. You know what I mean? Like, just so exhausted and sore and everything, right? Like, I probably should have just gotten up. When me and Ted were in Manitoba, we put in back-to-back 12-hour days and slept four hours in between, and man, that was hard to get up. So I know I have it in me, but unless I really have that anxiety that it's 100% mandatory, it's tough for me to do. Well, nice clear water tributary and a decent enough eddy. I figured there'd be some fish here, but anyways, they're not biting. I took a few casts last night and no luck. Could be that the tributaries that are more fanned out like this, there's less chance of you know, insects falling in them. The ones that just come straight out of the bush might be better, but I don't know, that's just a guess. So. Anything that sticks out really is just a place that's going to be easy to dip my pan in and get a bunch of the smaller sediment. You know, I'm looking for like black sand as an indicator. Something like a deposit of black sand would be a good place to pan in and around. Tried a couple of spots already. But nothing panned out. No luck yet. I don't have a ton of time, and it's making me wonder if it's worth continuing up this creek much.
because I've already spent a good amount of time just kind of panning the lower part, but I think I'm still gonna head for that canyon. Hey bear! Cutting through a little thicket here. Oh, there's an open channel. Hopefully this brings me out to a good spot. Beautiful in here though. This is awesome. I'm glad I just alone for the little trek is worth it. Explore some country off of the river. Wow. Holy. I think I see something in here, guys. I think I might have got something. Look at that. That's gotta be gold. Like, it's got a weight to it. It's heavy. Looks pretty like banged up from being in the creek. It's not all smooth. Right at the bottom, I just sift the whole pan through and I just found a freaking gold nugget. Yeah! I'm gonna give this to my wife Tori when I get home. This is like the coolest souvenir ever from the Yukon, man. Totally worth putting myself way behind schedule on doing this hike today. And now I'm gonna have to try more. Well, that is going in a bag, in my waterproof backpack, in the safest possible place imaginable. Well, I just can't imagine a cooler feeling than that. Continuing to pan and to pan and to pan and nothing, and just thinking like, oh, I'm just here fooling around, like it's your total needle in a haystack. And then to just wash a whole bunch of sand and gravel and pebbles out of your tray and all of a sudden catch a glimpse of this shiny yellow metal in there and then actually have it be gold is just like insane. Like, I see the draw. I see why people want to do this. Just to be out here experiencing this country and panning the creeks and finding gold like that is just the coolest thing ever. Like, just these wild surroundings, and I don't know, man, it just, I guess it's part of the legacy of the Yukon, but and the West in general, but like, what an amazing experience. So I'm probably going to try 2 or 3 more spots and then maybe head up the canyon a bit and then just pick my way back to my canoe and head on my way. But yeah, I'm gonna have to try another panning another creek before the trip's over, that's for sure. I suppose this is like a dry part of the creek bed. There could be gold all through here. Well, back with my gear now. I was probably up in there panning the creek for over 3 hours anyway, so definitely cut into my day. I'm a little concerned since I have to do over 40 clicks. But yeah, better load my boat quickly and get on the river, but super cool experience for sure. Just the hike and just looking for spots and actually finding a little bit of gold is super, super neat. So really glad I took the time to do that, arguably even if I miss my flights and have to repay for my Floatplane flight, etc. Maybe not that, but still, it was a darn good experience. Finally pushing off now, well into the afternoon, but what can I say, gold fever got the best of me. And we're off! I'm going to call this campsite Solid Gold after a strip bar in Sudbury. Well, it's going to be a lot of paddling today. I don't have any contour lines crossing the river in the next 20 kilometers. However, there's a lot of braids, and braids can create really tight turns. I'm
which can create some interesting current sometimes, so you gotta be on your toes. A swing bridge. That tells me that there might be an old remote prospecting camp around here. Funny that I just found gold in this area. I wouldn't doubt if I walked up this creek I could find just a remote fly-in prospecting camp, and that's who put in this swing bridge, just basically so they can get to the other side of the river. Very simple construction, just cables and a little basket, and you just pull yourself across, and the things hanging on it are for just to warn any aircraft potentially, so people can see it. Very interesting looking river with all the floodplains. Should be stopping to fish here. Wow, this is so epic. Right now I see what look like sheep, 1, 2, 3, 4, up on the side of the mountain there. That's a neat thing to see so far away, but definitely saw them moving. So Dalls sheep. They grow big horns, just kind of like very similar to a bighorn sheep, except they're white. Looks like just bits of ice still on it or something. Maybe it's not a spring, maybe that's just ice remaining from the frozen creek from the snow runoff there. Anyways, I might stop at the mouth and fill my water bottles because I have no problem drinking that. Oh yeah, no, it's a waterfall. There's like a natural spring that's just bursting out of the side of the mountain. It looks like, you know, obviously at times it's fed with snow runoff too, but it just bursts out of the side of the mountain out of nowhere, and then tumbles down this long skinny waterfall and then disappears into a pile of rocks. It's making me really thirsty just looking at it actually. Beautiful freaking spot, let alone a beautiful fishing hole. So I couldn't resist but to pull over and take a couple of casts. Guess maybe they just aren't biting. I bet you there's a few in here though. I did notice them feeding off the surface too, so I might switch it back up, but anyways, I caught 3 off of this yesterday, so. was in some sort of side braid here, going through a heavily braided section. I looked up, there's a Dalls sheep not far away, but right in the steep, jagged, sort of rocky part of a mountaintop there at the river's edge. And it was kind of interested in me. And I pulled out my camera and got a shot of it, but then I got all bumpy because I started washing down the side of a rapid and over a gravel bar. And sure enough, I went around the corner and it stuck its head around and looked at me. It was curious about what I was exactly. It probably has never seen a person before. So that was pretty neat because oftentimes you see them from so far away, way up on the mountaintop, but to see one from close was pretty special. So cool animal sighting for sure. What kind of tracks are these? Mountain goat? Sheep? These small Dalls sheep? I pulled over and wanted to see if I could walk back up, but looks like this braid here is too deep for me to walk across. I was actually hoping I could walk into this lake and fish in it, but I just don't have time. I was saying day 6, it's actually day 7, which means just to make it to the mouth I have 45 kilometers a day to paddle every day, not counting the 15 to 20 I have to do on the peel to make it to my pickup location. So yeah, I definitely don't have time to hike into this lake. Oh, there's one. Yeah, it's a keeper. Well, fun little fly fishing stop there at Fairchild Creek. It comes out of Fairchild Lake anyways, which is a large lake just in the bush here, mountains on either side. I wanted to go in there, but just doing a little math, I have to make it about 47 kilometers a day. If I make it another 12k today, I have 47 just to finish the Bonnet Plume, not even counting the peel. So unfortunately, now I think that's doable. I just got to get on the river earlier. If there's no more portages and swift current like this, it's doable. It just means I don't have time to hike, over a mile into another lake and fish there for a couple hours, I just feel a little more rushed than I'd like to be, and I know I can blame not getting out on this trip as early as I'd wanted to because of reasons outside of my hands, and then just the high water again outside of my hands, and me having to portage a lot of stuff that I would have run if the water levels were typical for this time of year. So, but that's okay. Having an absolute blast out here. I mean, I'm just pulling over and recreationally fishing for Arctic grayling and catching them in, honestly, not even a clear water tributary, pretty turbid water. And even some of the, you don't have to be in a clear water tributary. It's definitely better, but this river's not so heavily silted that there's not the odd one in just, a random eddy either. Oh, cool. An old cabin. Whoa. I gotta pull over and stop and see that. I wonder if that's old man Fairchild's cabin. Now I gotta stop and see the cabin. God, I'm never gonna get anywhere.
Well, I just pulled over because I stopped at the mouth of Fairchild Creek, and out of the corner of my eye I spotted a really cool old log cabin, and there's a foot trail here as well, and I'm gonna bet the farm that this foot trail goes about a mile or more through the bush to Fairchild Lake. But look at this cool cabin. Cabins here, they don't decay as quickly because it's so cold all the time. But you can see how this is just chinked with just moss, and the roof is just logs like this with a tarp, and then the moss basically holds the tarp in place. Oftentimes just birch bark was used, but this one obviously hasn't been changed for a while, considering there's full trees growing out of it. I wonder what the person who owns this cabin, or who owned this cabin, used it for. I'm betting that the trail here goes right into Fairchild Lake. Maybe if I'd known that, I would have gone, because there's a trail. I wouldn't have to follow the creek or compass bearing bushwhack in. But yeah, someone picked a hell of a nice spot here too, not far from a big beautiful lake, and incredible view. Look at this. Looks like the roof still doesn't leak too much. Logs are squared on the inside here, and you can really see the moss, and some interesting literature to thumb through here. A little scotch. The good thing about small cabins is it doesn't take much to heat, and you can see this is a relatively small wood stove, a top loader. Yeah, I wonder how old this cabin is. It's used for trapping or prospecting or hunting cabin, or I always find it interesting to imagine what the people who called this cabin home, what their lives must have been like, what they're doing, and just kind of always envision myself doing something like that, and I suppose I do to an extent. But yeah, I'm sure whoever's the last person to use this cabin is likely still alive. It'd be cool to have a chat with them for sure. Well, that was really cool. Just fly fishing there at Fairchild Creek, and then out of the corner of my eye saw this awesome rustic old log cabin with a moss roof, and found what is likely a trail into Fairchild. It's too bad that I didn't have more time to spend here, because I would have definitely trekked into that big beautiful lake just back in the bush this way. But still got to bang off 12k, and it's like 7:45, and a couple big days coming up tomorrow too, so probably for the best that I'm going to take a little more easy today. Looks like some clear water in that branch. That would have been the spot to fish. Damn. But then I never would have saw the cabin, so all good. Pulling up to a potential campsite at a tributary with a beautiful pointy top mountain across the river. I'm off my map, so if I continue on, I'm gonna have to switch the maps over anyway. But
We got some beautiful surroundings here in a nice clear water creek. So not a bad spot for a campsite, but it's a little low lying and sandy. You can tell most of it, at least the lower part, wasn't long ago when it was underwater. So not ideal, but it's flat, and I didn't roll into camp until like 10 o'clock. So I'll take it. Looks like the weather's changing. There's some storm clouds rolling in, so I'm gonna get my tent up quick. I think it's gonna be a can of soup night. I brought a big can of pea soup that I might heat up and go to bed, so I don't get to bed at like 2 in the morning getting to camp so late. And then that way I'll be able to get an earlier start, because I really got to make some distance tomorrow. Maybe we should have staked it down first. Love this folding saw. It's a Boreal 21-inch by Agawa Canyon. Look at that. Folds up so nicely. And with the blade I have on here meant for cutting dry wood, it just lasers through stuff. So much faster and easier to get a fire going with it. Man, the wind keeps blowing up my fire. We needed some sort of windbreak because I don't really have any tinder, and the wind just kept blowing out the flame before it could get started. You've heard of a log cabin, you've heard of a teepee fire. Well, this is a lean-to fire. Amazingly, it's just raining all around me, literally, except on top of that mountain, like pretty much raining all around me except on me. So pretty ballsy once again, not putting my tarp up, but no risk, no reward. That is one hell of a view, that mountain, man. So freaking cool. Like it's just right there, right on the other side of the river. Absolutely gorgeous. There it is. Habitant. Soupe aux pois avec jambon fume. That means rural people's pea soup with smoked ham. And I bring one along for nights like this where I don't feel like cooking and I gotta eat something quick and get to bed because I'm already exhausted. No rules against bringing hens into the Canadian wilderness. This is not a park. All you camp counselor dweebs out there, okay? Really pushing my luck here, not setting a tarp up. Like it's raining like 50 meters away from me. Day 7 today. Pretty epic freaking day. Traveled 40K After trekking up a rushing creek into the mountains and up to a canyon, panning for gold, found what I consider to be a gigantic gold nugget, caught some Arctic grayling on the fly, and saw one Dalls sheep up pretty close and another 4 or so up in the mountains too, and just took in endless amounts of beautiful country. I have 45k a day to do just to get to the peel, and then probably about 20 clicks on the peel to my Floatplane pickup spot at Taco Bar. I mean, I should be doing about 50k tomorrow, which I think is doable if conditions are like this, but it's not going to be easy considering I didn't get to camp until about 10, and now it's probably after midnight. It's going to be hard to drag my out of bed at 6 a.m., but it's got to happen. Well, feeling some raindrops. We've really pushed the envelope this time. I'm just gonna finish up this pea soup and crawl into the tent and sleep hard. I'll probably pass out in the first 10 seconds of lying down. Good morning. It is day 8. It's a chilly one this morning. I got everything in my tent packed up. Actually, started doing things around 6:30 as opposed to 6, and finally got out of the tent. So, not the jump up at 6 a.m. Plan, but you know, probably got roughly 6 hours sleep. It's pretty hard to get up when you're as exhausted as I am and getting as much exercise as I am with much less. Not that it's not doable, but anyways, I'm up, and it's cold. This mountain is blocking the sun, so I thought it was going to be overcast in the tent. Turns out it's not really. Not too many clouds in the sky at all, so I'm hoping it's going to be a beautiful day. Just waiting for that sun to peek up behind the mountain and warm things up. I got to get a fire going here and get some coffee on. Looking really forward to the coffee, and basically just jump on the river and start paddling like crazy. But I gotta do a trek to get my food barrel. Every day I ditch my food barrel about 100 meters or more from camp, so the bears won't get into it, eat my food, run out of my food, and then eat me. Significantly longer than just lighting the stove. And in anticipation for the sun, I got my Goal Zero Yeti 500 out, and it's also charging a camcorder battery, and my Goal Zero Nomad 100 solar panels out too. I figure while I'm packing up camp, why not have this working for me? So it's kind of passive way to get my batteries charged, and well, really the only way too. Hard to wrap my head around the scale of everything out here. It's just so grand. There's the sun back. This is a mixture of 3 peaches and cream and 1 apple cinnamon, and it's delish. 2 apple cinnamon. This is a 5 oatmeal morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sweet, delicious coffee. Just the broad sweeping expanses of country here are just so inspiring. It's just easily one of the most beautiful rivers I've ever paddled, and one of the most beautiful places I've ever been in my life. This is up here with like the Nahanni and the Mountain River for sure. I'm so fortunate to have paddled all these rivers and seen all this country. And it's not just rivers that I paddle. I like to do trips where I go upriver and cross heights of land and cross into different watersheds and take routes where I travel on multiple rivers to really experience a full river. And given the amount of time you have paddling a river from its headwaters to, you know, the end of it is pretty special. Man, this trip's flying by. I still think about my kids a lot. I miss Hudson and Wesley. I think about them like every day. And I just want to go snuggle the shit out of them when I get home and kiss their little faces. Anyways, yeah, day 8 today is going to be like, I don't want to call it a slog, but I'm going to basically get in the canoe and paddle as far as I possibly can. That's the plan. So, you know, I'm sure I'll stop to fish at the odd eddy, get out, stretch my legs a couple times, if that, but it's going to be about making time because I'm behind time. And I really should be banging off minimum 50 kilometers today, so that's the plan. So I just saw a smaller size bushplane go by, like a Cessna 187. It looks like it might even be coming into land downriver. So, you know, when the river is lower and there's a huge gravel bar with tires, they can access spots along a river more easily than a float plane that can't really land when a river is too shallow. But anyways, yeah, that's the, I guess this whole trip, the first thing I've seen, plane or anything that I've seen, is that bush plane. I don't even know if they saw me here. My first signs of people in like 8 days. I wear wading boots. These are lightweight, they drain so your shoes aren't full of water, and they have a lot of protection when you're wading from pinching your toes and banging your feet into pointy rocks. Who knows what adventures today will bring. It'd be nice to see some more animals, some more wildlife. I wouldn't doubt if I saw something. This whole area we went through is crazy. Probably one of the best rivers I've ever seen to see Dalls sheep, which are usually so high, so it's fairly rare to see them as close as I did yesterday. I've seen tons of caribou prints and moose prints all over the place, so hoping I see something today as I push towards the Peel River. Well, I just spied something out of the corner of my eye and eddied out into a slow moving backwater, kind of like a little bay from a braid that's been cut off as the water dropped, and I'm reminded how much harder it is to paddle in flat water. But basically what I saw is a cabin and what looks like maybe some communications equipment. So I'm guessing it's like a mining camp here. Maybe the mining camp where I saw the swing bridge is actually here, and they, you know, trek way up river or whatever to use that swing bridge, just because it's the only place anywhere close where the river isn't super wide. So, or maybe there's a second one, I don't know. But this is pretty spectacular country here, and it looks like a flat area that they might be able to land a plane and then dock like a jet boat in here. Maybe they could bring a jet boat all the way from Fort McPherson, which would be like 300 kilometers or more.
And then obviously by snowmobile probably, if this river freezes up, there'd probably be a route around the areas that didn't freeze. So, you know, either way, any way you look at it, it's not super easy to access. They sure choose their spots though. It's beautiful. Like a little like lookout perch right there. That's what caught my eye. Look how beautiful this is though. Well, it looks like someone's been here somewhat recently because there's a pump lying right next to the river there. That is a core sampling box. So someone's, at least at one time, was diamond drilling. Hey, a fish just jumped right there. They use that jet boat to access up and down the river. Oh, looks like someone's here. It's a water tower. Looks like this is an outfitter's camp. Well, it turns out I'm not the only man in this country. That plane I saw flying this morning is a Super Cub, and they can take off and land almost anywhere on those tires it had on it. And turns out they landed somewhere down here, and I just met three gentlemen that booted it up to these cabins to get things ready for Dalls sheep hunting season. They're a ram hunting outfitter, and man, did they pick a beautiful spot. So mostly Americans pay top dollar, probably 20,000-30,000 US a hunt to come in here. They camp out here, and then they get flown off in the Super Cub or access different areas with the jet boat and hike up into the sheep country, and they hunt Dalls sheep, big Dalls sheep rams with the big curls. So definitely high-end activity, that's for sure. Neat to just randomly bump into people. It kind of felt a little bit weird. I said hi, and yeah, just checked out their camp a little bit, and I think I would probably live there. Of course, it's a beautiful day. It's not negative 45 like it would be in the winter, but yeah, they sure pick their spots. So anyways, just kind of the only real sign of any actual buildings or development other than that old moss top log cabin I saw is this ram hunting outfitter. So again, I'm getting sidetracked. I'm supposed to bang off 50K today, so I better get back on the river. Just heading into a massively braided section of the Bonnet Plume. Probably one of the most braided sections of river I've ever paddled, and the map doesn't really show which channel is the deepest one. I don't know, so I'm gonna just try to pick my way through and stay with whatever channel has the most current, but the water level has gone down quite a bit since I started this trip. It was almost a week ago where I was up portaging around the canyons, and you know, the water goes down quickly every day, so I'm worried maybe that some of the braids might be too shallow to get through, and if I get into one of those braids and there's no more water, I might have to walk or drag my boat a long way, which would suck obviously. But anyways, hopefully not. Hopefully I can just kind of stay with the main flow and I'll be just fine. But it's going to be a little confusing figuring out where I am on the map and roughly which is the best way to go. I mean, there's only so much you can do, and the rest is guesswork at a certain point. Which way to go? I have no idea. Very confusing here. Trying to choose the channel that has the most water in it. Doesn't seem like any of them really do. But it's looking like I'm getting pushed to the left, so I'm gonna take it. Usually the outside
bend of the river has the most current, the fastest current. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different potential ways here. I think I picked the right one though. Well, here's an interesting scenario. I don't know if I want to go right down this tiny channel. There could be sweepers in there. Oh, I could have gotten through there. I feel like I've gone like triple the distance because I'm just going like this, following the braids in the river. A ship will always be safer in the harbor, but that's not what ships were built to do. Just like with people, we're built to do big things. Our bodies are built to do incredible things. Our minds can do incredible things. But we'll definitely be safer if we just stay home and take the easier route in life, which is fine, but it wasn't my path. It's been way more scary, way more of an adventure. The adventures themselves, and also the adventure of trying to hack out a living in a profession, if you even want to call it that, that really hadn't really been done before. When I use my compass, I can get a much better idea as to where I am on the topographic map. The river pushes along and it goes back and forth through braids, and it's hard to know which turn you're on a lot of the time. The mountains can help in a lot of occasions, when, especially when one has a prominent feature, is close to the river and these kinds of things, but it can be tricky sometimes. And then, you know, I do have a GPS too that I could pull out, but then I'm panning and I'm trying to find the GPS location on the map. I have northings and eastings and whatnot on here, but then I'm going to be having to look up my location, and it takes a long time. So sometimes I just pull out the compass, I save batteries on my GPS, and I just, you know, if the curve is going this way and I'm pointing, let's say in this case north, that means, okay, well, I must be on this curve, because if I was on this one, I'd be pointing west, for example. Almost went down the wrong channel there. It's moving around some like permanent islands with trees on them. Checking in with you here. I've gone about 15 kilometers since I passed the outfitters' cabins, and I've been dealing with some heavy headwinds. It's making it really challenging because my boat is trimmed a little stern heavy, and that headwind just wants to weather vane me and spin me backwards, pointing my nose upriver. So I'm really expending a lot of energy just trying to keep straight, and also I have to paddle a lot harder, because if I don't paddle at all, my downriver travel is greatly reduced because the wind is blowing upriver. So it's like I should have done like at least 20 to 25k in that time, and this wind is really slowing my progress, unfortunately. I might pull over and just like try to whip a huge boulder on top of my spray deck in the bow to try to trim my boat more bow heavy. That way the wind will point me into it. Yeah, first cast. Yeah, so it's middle of the day, so they're not in the shallowest part of the eddy feeding. Gotta go for them a little deeper, but you can entice them to bite still. So that's dinner for tonight. Awesome. I love these fish. There's another one. Wow. That one's got some really nice colors. So I've been battling some pretty wicked headwinds now for quite some time, and every time the wind picks up or I take my hand off my paddle to get a drink of water or something, it just blows up and spins me around. So I'm using tons of energy just to try to keep my boat pointed straight. You know, I cruised past this beautiful tributary with one of the nicest back eddies and crystal clear water pouring out of it. So I pulled over and caught a bunch of fish, kept 2 real nice sized grayling for dinner, and I don't really want to wade out the wind. It's very challenging to paddle in it though, and I might look for a boulder and maybe just even stick a boulder on top of my spray deck at the bow just to try to trim me at least even, or ideally a little bow heavy, so that wind won't try to spin me and point my bow back up river. It'll actually keep me kind of pointed into the wind, because right now paddling into the wind stern heavy, the wind's just trying to weather vane me and blow the lightest point of my boat up river, and it's just quite a challenge. Anyways, I'm just going to clean up these fish and then I'm going to get back at it, but it's no more nice easy downhill cruising, which is too bad because I've made it 20 clicks out of the 50 that I want to do today, and it's already about 3 in the afternoon, so it looks like best case scenario I'm going to be pushing well into the night again and not making camp till 9 or 10, which is crazy, but got to do what you got to do. Alright, well that was a prolonged pit stop, but I was getting killed by this headwind, and it was one of the best little looking fishing holes yet. So I had to fish there a bit, caught dinner, and flip my maps over. So ready to bang off another 20k. I've done 20k, a little over 20k so far today. I also put a big boulder just in the front of my canoe. It's sort of being cradled by the spray deck a bit, and I can already tell that it's helping a bit. It's sort of like it's brought my nose down a bit, so that should definitely help me paddle into this headwind, although the headwind seems to have died off a bit anyway, so hopefully we're in good shape. Well, I just stopped for a pee and some water, and I'm doing okay. This boulder in the front has really helped, and I can kind of get out of the headwinds when I'm around on one side of a bend, so they've died off a bit too. I've probably done about 30k, so I got 20k off to 20k left to bang off, and I'm hoping I can finish it before 9. We'll see. I noticed some contour lines crossing the river, which means the current's going to pick up, which is good. The mountains there for a while where I was seeing the sheep were right close to the river, rising right up out of the river. Then they kind of started stepping back a little, which was still very impressive, sort of a broader, amazing view. And now they're kind of petering out a little bit, or just becoming more set back and not as rugged as we reach the Peel River, where the maybe be a little more rolling. Still beautiful, impressive mountains, but not as dramatic, and incredibly beautiful, but just a little bit different.
ancient dance of the cliff-dwelling swallow and the rough-leg hawk plays it sprawl out in the Yukon once again. Pretty cool. I'm watching a whole ton of swallows that have a bunch of nests burrowed into the side of this bluff, and two hawks are circling around, likely wanting to eat some of the swallows and what have you, and the swallows are not happy about it, cruising back and forth, calling, probably looking for a meal as well. Well, it is 7 p.m. and I've done over 40K. Pretty freaking good. I think I might just like push on until 10, or I might just camp in about 5-10K. We'll see. It depends. If I pass like a perfect spot, I might not be able to pass it up. Saw moose. That was cool. Small bull, but fortunately it ran away before I could get the camera out.
Got to find a reason things went wrong. Got to find a reason why my money's all gone. Life is too short, so love the one you got, cause you might get run over and you might get shot. Well, I've done over 60K today, which means I have 120K to my pickup spot at the mouth of the Snake River, which is on the Peel. So that means as of now I have 60K to the confluence of the Bonnet Plume and Peel, and then another 60K along the Peel to Taco Bar, which is basically at the mouth of the Snake, where I'm getting picked up. It's a gravel bar, and there's enough water there where they can land. And I have tomorrow and the next day, and then my pickup arrives at 2:30 the following day. So I would have a couple hours to paddle, but ideally I would be there the day after tomorrow. An extra day would be perfect. I was supposed to have an extra day, but just because of things outside of my hands, I wasn't able to get to Mayo on time. Well, it's almost 10, freaking absolutely beautiful out. So everything around here has either wet sand or large rocks. So I got one with both, and I'll figure out which one I like better. Well, this is home for the night. Wasn't much around here. All the gravel bars have like huge boulders or wet mud, so I kind of have one that's a bit of both. There's a bit of lumpy elevated spot there, but nothing great to set up a tent on. So I think I did just about as well as I could do for this stretch of river. Anyways, I'm just gonna get my tent set up, change out of these wet socks and Drysuit pants, haul my boat up, and get those fish cooking up on the fire, and hopefully try to get to bed before 1 in the morning so I can get up early and give her tomorrow. But beautiful day today. Did over 60K, which was awesome. I stopped in at these cabins that I saw. It was a ram hunting outfitters headquarters, just very off-grid. Obviously I'd seen some guides flowing in a Super Cub just on tires, and actually saw them. So I went up to this outfitter's cabin and actually saw those people, which was, I guess, kind of neat just to hear about why they're there and what they do. Found a beauty little honey hole too, which was awesome. So loaded in on some nice Grayling. But I did get plagued by a pretty strong headwind, which did hold me back some, and I had to grab a huge boulder and put it in the bow of my boat. And then I saw a bunch of swallows, which are nesting in the side of a bluff, getting attacked by some hawks, and vice versa. So that was kind of interesting. Anyways, yeah, beautiful evening here, which is great. The weather's on my side. Bugs aren't the best, but I guess we're kind of down out of the mountains now, so I might be getting chewed on a little bit more by bugs at the lower elevations. Anyways, yeah, time to get at it and get food going, get the tent set up, etc., etc. I didn't film setting up the tent today. Got you, you bastard. I've been looking forward to eating this fish for hours. Absolutely perfectly cooked. Oh, just nailed the grayling today. Perfect size for food amount versus flavor. Cooked to perfection. Not too dry. What a great meal after a long day on the river. Alright guys. Nighty night. And I'll see you in the morning. Day 9 is tomorrow. Well, I'm making a little bit of a faster exit from camp today. You know, I did get to bed at 12:30 because I didn't roll until camp till after 9. So I have 120 kilometers to do in 2 days. I'm feeling kind of stressed out about it, but this yummy hot oatmeal is making me feel warm and snuggly inside. Depending on the current and the peel, I might have to forgo my coffee in the morning and just like pound a bunch of like granola bars for breakfast so I can get on the river faster, because having to light a fire and boil water and all that in the morning takes a lot of time. I have my Garmin 66i, which is an inReach satellite texting device, as well as a GPS, but one of the things that it does is that it can actually give me a basic weather report for my location, which is pretty cool. So I woke up and it was overcast, so I was thinking, oh no, it's going to be pissing rain today as I paddle 60k. Well, it's like 10% chance of rain, and then tomorrow's 0% chance of rain, followed by 0% chance of rain, sun, and partially cloudy. So it looks like I'm gonna have some beautiful weather stacked up for the rest of this trip. And that the other reason that's good is that means I'm not going to get weathered in at my pickup point. They call it Taco Bar. No one really knows why. Someone was eating a taco there once and it doesn't even look like a taco, but it's a place where people, where a floatplane will pick you up from the Wind, Snake, and Bonnet Plume River. So you got to paddle down the Peel to a place where a floatplane can land. Yeah, I talked to someone who is completely weathered in for 4 days straight, and they luckily had a little bit of extra food. Apparently the fishing's not good there, and because they couldn't get picked up by a floatplane. So it's looking like weather-wise I'm gonna be all right on that front, but I have 60k on the Bonnet Plume, a little more than 60, followed by 60k on the Peel. So I got my work cut out for me over the next couple days, that's for sure.
Well, 120 kilometers, a little more than that actually, and 2 days to do it in. I busted out my shorter paddle because I can paddle faster with it. Here we go. Will I make it on time? 9:30 in the morning I got away from camp, not bad. The earliest I ever got out of camp was 9. Oh, finally we got a little sun, and we're just paddling to a little burnt country here. You can see all the fireweed and standing dead burnt trees. Few sweepers here. Paddle, paddle, paddle. Making good time today though. Good current, no headwind. So far anyways. Yeah, this Warner Journey is just an awesome paddle. My whitewater paddle is the Warner Bandit in fiberglass, and I choose fiberglass for wilderness trips over carbon fiber just because of the durability it provides. But the carbon fiber one is lighter and really ultimately better just from a performance standpoint. And this Journey is fiberglass too, so it's a pretty tough paddle, and it does have a pretty wide blade, so if I was to lose my whitewater paddle in a rapid, this one could double as a whitewater paddle if I needed it to, but it's shorter and therefore it's just better for paddling flat water, paddling long distances. It's called the Journey, and I've taken this paddle on some journeys with me before, and happy to bring it on another one here too. So yeah, I really like the feel of it. Tricky navigating in some of these tight bends and these narrow braids.
no idea which braid I'm on, but there's sweepers, and when the current from two different braids meet at opposing angles, you get a lot of boils and whirlpools and weird currents and stuff. So really you got to be on your toes all the time going through this stuff. And as good as the current is, it's also so weaving that 60K, that's the way the crow flies. So weaving back and forth, I wonder how many K I'll really be doing by the end of the day. Probably quite a bit more. I'm traveling about 10K in 2 hours, but if you look at how fast I'm going now, I'm definitely going more than 5 kilometers an hour. So you can kind of use that as a baseline to judge how many kilometers I'm really going, because I'm probably actually moving more like 8 to 10 kilometers an hour, which would almost double the distance compared to the way the crow flies, because of all these bends and weaves of this braided river. So somehow got myself into a sketch side braid here, tangled log jams and sweepers everywhere. Still just don't know where the heck I am on a map in this winding, narrow side channel with ripping current, log jams and sweepers everywhere. I hope this doesn't mean I'm traveling way out of my way. However, the current is strong, so I'm moving pretty quickly, but it's kind of sketchy. I don't know how the hell I got into this thing. You know, maybe all the channels are just like this, but this is pretty advanced. Try to keep my eye on the map and have an idea where I am so I can stay with the main channel is a good idea, but sometimes it's pretty freaking challenging to have an idea where you are with all these braids and then no real mountains to guide me either. Country's opening up. I can see some mountains in the distance. I bet you they're on the other side or down by the Peel. There's kind of a ridge along this side of the river, and I can't see the mountains of the Rankle Range anymore back from whence I came. So I've just dropped down that much in elevation since last time I looked back.
Well, I just stopped to stretch the old legs. Still in these braids, still in a little bit better of a braid now than I was before. I was in some crazy little side channel being swept through all kinds of ripping current and tight bends and sweepers everywhere, but still trying to make my way back to the main channel. And I think I'm only about 15 kilometers from the Peel River. Can you believe that? So I should be there. It's like 3 in the afternoon right now, so I've been making better time than I thought. My time has actually picked up substantially since when I left camp this morning, so that's great. So I'm hoping I'll definitely be able to put some clicks behind me on the Peel, and it's looking like there's a chance I'm gonna make it. Of course, the Peel could be like really slow and 60K might be impossible, so we'll see what it's like when I get there. Crazy, just intricate how all this braided river is, and it's challenging to sort of figure out exactly where you are. So, you know, I've got that pretty dialed in right now, about 15 clicks away, which I'm excited about. So should be there within, I don't know, the next couple of hours anyways. Then I continue on down the Peel. Well, that's starting to look more like a river. Which branch to stay with though? There's something you want to avoid. Oh, whirlpool. These two braids in the river are just colliding and creating a 2.5 foot high boil with ripping whirlpools behind it. Probably would have dumped if I went into that. Gotta be on your toes, man. Gotta be on your toes like a ballerina. Dip, 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 dip. Well, there's a real freaking channel of the river, finally. After being on a bit of a side adventure, trying to make my way back here. Well, a wicked headwind just blew up, spun me backwards. So I'm just basically front faring, trying to stay with the main channel. Ride out the last few kilometers here of the Bonnet Plume, and it's still pretty lively. Running a class 1 now. There's been currents and boiling whirlpools and tight turns and all kinds of challenging braids with swift current right to the very end. There's a little backwater eddy here, and the water in it is like absolutely crystal clear. The Bonnet Plume essentially is clear. It's just carrying so much sediment with it that as soon as it stops moving, that sediment sinks to the bottom, and you get this very clear water, unlike some rivers which are inherently muddy with tiny little particles of mud that are going to remain foggy even when they sit. You can see here that the Bonnet Plume is quite clear compared to the moving part, which is more of a gray kind of brown color. Because of that sediment in the water, you don't want to like filter it or necessarily drink too much of that sediment, but you can just let it settle. So when I've been boiling water and then in the evenings and then using that the next morning, all that sediment in my pot will be at the bottom, and I'll pour off the top and I'll have that crystal clear water. So, but if you're just going to filter it, let's say with a pump or whatever, you're going to want to put a coffee filter over the intake of your filter, just with a little elastic or something, because all that sediment's just going to gum up any water treatment filter. But anyways, yeah, I pulled over here again. I am about 5 kilometers from the Peel River. It's about 4:30 in the afternoon. There's a huge fan of braids at the mouth, and I'm like way too far to one side than where I want to be. If I come out on the west side of the big fan at the delta of the Bonnet Plume, I'll have quite a bit of a distance to paddle. I think it's over 3 kilometers wide than if I'd come out at the east side, but whatever, what can you do? I'm just basically taking the channel that has the most water in it, and this is sort of where I wound up, so I don't know really if I could have done anything much different. Looking forward to getting her done though. Should be anytime soon now. I'll pull out onto that Peel River. Challenging. Like, look, do I go through there? That looks sketchy as to try to get through here. Now I'm hung up on the gravel bar. And now there's a huge boil here. Push me into that f***ing stick, man. God, how do I keep getting into these horrible channels, man? I just want to get to the peel already. Oh man, I can almost see it. Feel like we're in the final stretches here. Really interesting obstacle course of log jams and sweepers there. Well, I just finished paddling the Bonnet Plume River and am now floating on the peel. I got another 70 kilometers to go to the mouth of the Snake River to await my floatplane charter the day after tomorrow. And I am feeling pretty good. The river challenged me. I was on my toes right into the very end. The scenery was just incredible with rugged mountains, incredible campsites. The rapids were scary, very, very pushy, very challenging rapids and swift current around every corner. Portaging was very hard too, but it took me around some beautiful, beautiful canyons with amazing views. I managed to see a good amount of wildlife, 3 moose, a caribou, several Dalls sheep, which are pretty rare to see. And I even hiked up a little bit and panned for gold a lot and learned a little bit more about that, which was an amazing experience. So I was nervous for sure going into it because I knew it was an advanced level Whitewater river and I knew some of the dangers and challenges. But now that I'm sitting here finished floating on the peel, it just all makes it that much better of a feeling that I've done it. So awesome, awesome river, and I'm excited for the rest of my trip here on the peel. I'm supposed to be going through a canyon right now too, so I'm a little concerned that the current is not as strong on the peel, so I'm not going to make that kind of time, but I'm also not going to be terrified about getting swept into a sweeper at any moment. It's a safer river, wider, and the current's half decent too, so here's hoping I can bang off 60K in the next day and a little. Well, I am pretty plagued by headwinds right now. Not making it anywhere fast, a fraction of the speed that I was going on the Bonnet Plume. So that's concerning, but all I can do is paddle. That's what I'm going to do. Wow, that headwind was brutal, but it looks like the peel has good current, and now that I've turned, that wind is actually sort of a bit of a tailwind, but is actually blocked by these spectacular cliffs right here, so that's pretty good news to say the least. And so yeah, I'm just gonna basically, let's see, hopefully I can bang off a solid 20K. Maybe that's asking for a little much considering pretty late and I'm already exhausted and already paddled over 60 today, but I'm gonna give her a go. Okay, well, this headwind has picked up again, and it is not manageable, unfortunately. It's blasting, it seems to be being channeled by this canyon here on the peel, and I literally can't control my boat at all, and it's just feeling really sketchy. So I basically need to try to cross the river and get to shore. I'll round this little corner here and see if it makes any of a difference, but I doubt that it will. I have been waiting out the wind here on this random gravel bar before this tight canyon on the Peel. I really couldn't control my canoe anymore. I was almost blowing upriver, and between the downriver current and the wind blowing upriver, it was getting just scary without even being in a rapid. I think I'm going to go for it. The wind's died down. It's still pretty strong, but I've thrown a boulder in the bow of my canoe just as an attempt to try to trim it more evenly so the wind won't want to weather vane me and spin me 180, pointing my bow upriver and sending me down the canyon backwards. I also put my Drysuit on just because I don't see any contour lines crossing the river on the map, and I don't see any marked rapids. But there's a lot of volume in this river, and it's all being pushed through a tight pinch spot at the head of this canyon. And I do see some current in there, and potentially some rapids. I also saw footprints on the other side of this gravel bar, which looked like someone jumped out and had a look into the canyon, so they might have an idea that there are some rapids there. So the canyon's 5 kilometers long without anywhere to get out. So if I was to dump at the beginning, let's say there's a rapid that I wasn't expecting, I'd have to swim 5 kilometers. So I definitely want my Drysuit on because there's nowhere to get out of the water. If the wind is too strong as I approach, there's another gravel bar on the left that actually has access to shore and maybe is a little more protected, so I'll just jump over there and camp there for the night. But actually it looks like probably not a bad place to camp. Absolutely beautiful stretch of river there, and some nice big rollers to cap it all off. Awesome. I didn't realize the Peel would be so awesome as well. It's even more beautiful than the lower stretch of the Bonnet Plume, I'd say. Just making my way along the Peel here. It's about 10 at night, and the Peel has been freaking beautiful. Just canyons almost from the minute I put my bow into its waters. Pretty challenging at first with the headwinds there, and trying to run rapids with a blasting headwind was pretty miserable, but that wind died down for the most part, and it's been pretty smooth sailing and nice current, just enjoying every second of it, looking up at the cliffs as I paddle beneath them. Getting pretty exhausted though. I've been on the water for 12 and a half hours today, and have done almost 80 kilometers, which will give me 40k left to do tomorrow. So barring, 40k is going to be a full day, but I'm going to be able to do it as long as I don't get a vicious headwind or general terrible weather of some sort, or the current just goes completely slack. So I'm basically going to just round the next corner here and see if I can find a nice flat gravel bar in amidst these towering cliffs and just crash for the night. Don't need you anymore, Boulder, or you. Well, yeah, I'm just gonna get the tent set up and grab a couple more things from the boat and call it a night, but this has turned out to be a pretty nice spot after all. It's really pretty too.
am tired. I was on the water paddling for 13 and a half hours today. Got on the water at 9:30. Made pretty freaking good time. I'm not exactly sure how much I did all in, but I think I did 80 kilometers. So pretty good current despite the parts where the tailwind was kind of messing with me pretty big. But yeah, the Bonnet Plume, man, it didn't want to let up. I was guided into these small channels and braids, and the current was ferocious and like constant action basically. It was almost like the whole thing was like a rapid almost. Still am amazed with how beautiful the peel is. I didn't realize the peel was going to be this dramatic. I didn't really have a very close look at it. I just, thought it was going to be flatter. I didn't know it was going to have these crazy canyons and cliffs and everything like that. Anyways, I'm just going to pull out some smoked mussels. I know what you're thinking, Jim, you have enough mussels as it is, but I'm going to eat some smoked mussels and go to bed. I'm going to do some advanced bushcrafting here. Watch and learn from the pros, kiddies. Well, I guess that's about it for me. I'm going to finish these up, wash this tin off in the river, and hike my food barrel safe distance away from camp, and finally go to sleep. Oh, it's going to be so wonderful. Can't wait. I love sleep. Good morning. It is day 10 of this expedition, and it is a very overcast morning. I slept in today and didn't crawl out of the tent till 8 because I was absolutely exhausted. I took a little bit of a closer look and realized that I paddled over 90 kilometers yesterday, probably pushing 95, which gives me under 35 roughly to make it to the mouth of the Snake. So I'm pretty confident that I will be able to do that, barring any gusting headwinds or other acts of God. Still don't have time to dally, but anyways, yeah, I'm hoping just to enjoy this paddle on the peel today. I'll be probably out of this canyon country soon, and hopefully the current picks up. Maybe I'll even see some wildlife and hit a couple rapids, we'll see. But this morning is basically the same routine. I gotta get a fire going because of course my stove is still broken. Get some water on to boil and get my tent taken down, get packed up, and hit the water. So yeah, first things first, I'm gonna grab some wood and get the pot on, so that's boiling while I'm getting my tent down, and get moving, get some food in me because I'm already starving. I didn't have a very big dinner last night. That's the Boreal 21 saw by Agawa Canyon. So good.
Well, it's kind of nice to have a fire in the morning, if only to just burn off your oatmeal packets. Years ago when Ted and I did a big 33-day canoe expedition across northern Quebec and Labrador with a couple buddies. I actually have a film on that on my YouTube channel. But I had a stove that was like looking like it was on its last legs. So I bought a second like good stove before the trip, and it was defective. And so both stoves were broken by day 5. And in northern Quebec and Labrador, it rains all the time. So it like rained every single night. So every morning we'd have to get up and light a fire with like soaking wet conditions. Like we had to set up a tarp every day, hands down, or we get rained on. And then we'd have to split wood and whittle the middle out of it to get a fire going. And that was our morning routine, is trying to get a fire going every morning. I've rationed my coffee and creamer expertly well. Those are the things that take many years of experience. Unless you just bring like a whale load, and then that's just done. Advanced level whitewater paddling, 5 years. Rationing your creamer, 20 years. My pickup location is at a place called Taco Bar. It's a gravel bar that nobody really knows why it's called Taco Bar. It doesn't look like a taco. I heard that somebody saw someone eating a taco there once, and it really stood out as a strange thing to be eating in such a place, so they called it Taco Bar. Could be the case. The trip won't technically be over until I'm back out of the wilderness, but yeah, my paddling time will have come to an end by the end of today, and then I'll have tomorrow morning. I'll probably sleep in hard and get up and make a nice breakfast, pancakes or bannock or something like that, because I have a little more time, and just await my pickup. So yeah, trip's coming to an end, but it ain't over till the fat lady sings. Oh, I bet you there'd be some fish in there. I bet you there'd be some. Oh, that looks like a really muddy tributary though, so maybe not. Looks like they're taking another channel. Hey, maybe I missed out on that. Check out this canyon though.
Pretty serious little rapido there. Well, there is the mouth of the legendary Snake River, another epic whitewater river of the Peel River watershed. And that means my pickup location is right across from that bluff there. Well, that's the mouth of the Snake River behind me. Another awesome river of this Peel watershed, and maybe I'll paddle it next time. There's some incredible canyons on it, probably just as beautiful as a Bonnet Plume, maybe not as demanding on the whitewater side of things, but a lot of great things about it too, and super fun river. So yeah, just enticing looking at the mouth of it, but I'm almost done this adventure. Taco Bar, which is the gravel bar where I'm going to await my floatplane pickup, is just around the corner across from this big bluff here. So I am in the final paddle strokes of this adventure. Well, look at that. Alcan is there. The floatplane is there. So no doubt this is the spot. Done! How goes it?
Hey, how's it going?
Not too bad. Yeah, I saw this plane come in overhead. I thought I might bump into somebody here.
I recognize you. You do YouTube videos.
That's right. Was it all the GoPros that told you?
Yeah. Wind blowing through here. One minute it'll come this way and the next minute it'll come this way, and it almost blew my tent away as I was setting it up. I had to grab it. So butter hasn't even remotely begun to gone bad. I brought it to make bannock with, but just haven't had the time. And it's just been cold enough at night, and I guess not prolonged hot enough that the butter has kept very well. That is good. Well, that is a good meal. Didn't even really eat there last night. It's a lot of food. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this. But this is rehydrated meat sauce that my wife Tori made. So it's tomato sauce with a bunch of ground beef and dehydrated. If for whatever reason I do get weathered in by and I can't get picked up by a floatplane, I should be fine. In part because I brought a little extra for that reason alone, but also because I ate fish so many nights that I saved so many dinners. Like, I think the majority of the nights I ate fish. Getting into a little sleepy time tea. It's gonna get wild here at the taco bar, baby. Get into a little taco. Could use a little more steeping. I brought sort of one of those little chairs that kind of just opens like this, and this is my first time using it, but I feel like I'm too big for it because it's just about to crush underneath me. I can just kind of feel how comfortable it actually would be to have a proper chair. So it's at least reminding me of the comforts that exist in this world outside of the realm that I'm currently in. Anywho, great trip, great day. What did I do today? A lot of stuff. Slept in as usual, later than I was supposed to. Banged off about 35k, went past the mouth of the Snake. And I guess I didn't really do that much, really. I just paddled to here, got out, unoutfitted my boat. Got everything ready for the floatplane, spray deck off, throw bags out, all that kind of stuff. And it's really a beautiful spot here. This is probably the nicest weather right now that I've seen the entire trip, maybe save for one night. Oh, the air just smells so good, just so relaxing here, guys. And yeah, the peel was just really fun, relatively easy to paddle, and these beautiful cliffs behind me are a really cool backdrop to what's going to be the last campsite of the trip. I want to come back and do another river. I'd like to paddle the Heart River in the Yukon. I'd like to do the Snake, but maybe I'll wait for a little bit to do that one. Maybe I'll come back and do the Heart, the Firth. I could also do the Hess again and start higher up. The Wind is a good one that I might do later on in life, or with the kids when they're a bit older. So yeah, there's just like so many adventures to do in the Yukon here, guys. It's just epic. I don't know, I'm sure I'm going to be back again, but just enjoying just being here and not being at all rushed, and just smelling the air and taking it all in. Another trip accomplished, and the Bonnet Plume is definitely one of the best rivers I've ever paddled. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and say that I think I liked it. I mean, when I did the Mountain River, I had Tori and Ted and my sister-in-law Heather there. So Ted's my brother, so that made it more fun, but I don't know, man. I feel like the Bonnet Plume, we had relatively low water, but overall I feel like the Bonnet Plume is like pretty hard to beat. Pretty hard, up there with, you know, one of my favorite, we'll call it top three rivers of all time for sure. So anyways, yeah, I'm just going to finish my tea, try not to get too wild after I finish this sleepy time tea. And just take some nice deep breaths of that incredible Yukon air and crawl into the tent and go to bed. I'm tired and I can't wait to have a good sleep and be able to sleep in pretty much as long as I want to tomorrow. So I'm excited about that. Well, good morning. It is an absolutely beautiful day, easily one of the nicest mornings of the entire trip, and I'm slept in today, which was electrifyingly wonderful. So I just got the fire going here, got some water on to boil. Probably going to do some pancakes with my homemade maple syrup this morning. And there is another group of paddlers here with 6 people. They came with inflatable SORs down the Snake River, which is another river of the Peel River watershed, and has the same pickup location. So they're waiting for a floatplane today. So yeah, basically there might be room in the Cessna Caravan for me to join this other group. And that way I'll get out of here earlier, and yeah, there'll be, I guess, one less floatplane charter for them to do. If not, I'll wait and get picked up in the de Havilland Beaver, which is a smaller plane. So I've never been on a Cessna Caravan before, so it'd be kind of cool and interesting talking to this other group of people. They're Yukoners from Whitehorse, and they've paddled several of these rivers here because, you know, it's in their own backyard. Not the most accessible backyard, but it is in their backyard, so they have a lot of experience paddling some of these rivers, and had a great trip. So it'll be neat flying out with them, and should be a beautiful flight out regardless what plane I take, so that's pretty cool. So we'll see. I'm gonna get ready. If I can fit on the caravan, if they can fit me, they can fit me. It's not gonna be a weight issue, more of a bulk, how many bags I have, and the size of me, for example, because I'm a pretty big dude, and if they can fit me, they fit me. If not, I'll wait for the Beaver. So that's the plan.
So it looks like I'm going to be able to catch a ride out with this other group of folks that were paddling the Snake. So I'm going to get out of here a bit early, but man, perfect day. I wouldn't mind sticking around for another night, but you know what? It'll be a fun flight out of here. So about to hop on the plane and fly out over the mountains back to Mayo.
Bye.